The Duke's Infant and Child Foundation, advocating for children's brighter future.
You mentioned, please pardon me, but you are all honored and recognized for being here. What institution is that, madam? Women Impact Network. My goodness, wonderful. Thank you for being here. Any other institution am I missing? I would love to honor all of you that are here. So thank you. Yes. Native, amazing, yes. Okay, thank you for being here. Yes. Say that again. Nigerian League of Women Voters. Wow, you are all welcome. Federal Character Commission, I didn't even know that exists. Thank you so much for being here. We should talk. I'm very pleased, actually, with the representation in the room. Yes? National Council of Muslim Organizations. My goodness. Can you see how powerful representation is in this room? Yes, sir. Oh my goodness. State Secondary Education Board, please. We need to meet. I need to meet with all of you. Thank you for being here. Yes, madam.
Conference of NGOs.
Conference of NGOs. I think your chairman said, yes, we recognize him. And madam, why is so behind? Come forward. Okay, so sorry for putting you on the spot. Yes. Small Scale Women Farmers Organization of Nigeria. My goodness, the room is full of the right representation. Yes? We will recognize Child Protection of Nigeria. Thank you so much. I'm really pleased with all the representation in the room, and there's nobody dividing my attention now. Okay, madam.
I'm from Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps.
Yes, you're always present at all trainings at UTHOG and at Owerri and Oma here. Yes. This false. Wonderful. We're expecting TSP 10A, right? Okay, the Nigerian Police Force. Oh my goodness, this is amazing, isn't it? Just imagine. Okay, so how many of us, apart from me and chairman of NUT, how many of us are in the classroom? Oh, amazing. Okay, so that's my constituency as well. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for being in the classroom, and thank you for, continuing to do the hardest job in the world, which is to teach. We're not in any argument about that, actually. You can't argue, we have the hardest job. Okay, so my topic is very, very critical. It's titled Emotional Intelligence, the Missing Link for Generation Next. It says that, you heard when the convener said this, our host, the MC said, that the convener says it, and she says it this way, that the future of Nigeria will not be shaped by the next election, but by the next generation. And emotional intelligence sits at the heart of how they will be able to do it. And for us to enable them, to empower them, which is the theme of the summit, is to really equip them with every single thing they need so that they can do that job, to shape their future, which means shaping this country to what we exactly want it to be. Now, traditional systems over the years have taught our children that it is only when you go to school And when you go to school and you study, and when you study this field and that subject, that your life will be transformed. But we now know that that is not entirely the truth. What is part of the truth, and what my topic is focused on, is that there is something missing, which has led to where we are significantly as a country today. So we're going to talk about that. And so my topic is emotional intelligence, a missing link for generation next. Let me not make assumptions that we understand the title of the topic or even the phrases within the topic. Who is generation next? Please, one thing that I try to do is, as a teacher, and by the way, a good teacher, I have to say, actually, I'm not a good teacher, I'm a great teacher. So what I try to do is I try not to make assumptions. What I try to do is also to make sure that everybody who is hearing my voice in a space of co-learning, because we're co-learning together, and I'm sure I'm going to take some learnings from you as well, is that there is no wrong answer. So please feel very comfortable to share from your perspective. There's always a perspective to be shared. So let's start with this, and we'll come to an important part of emotional intelligence where we'll ground ourselves in what we're doing. My question is, who is generation next? So start to prepare for that question so that you can respond to that. And then, what is emotional intelligence? Begin to start preparing for that. Just put it in your mind. Use your own words. You may Google if you feel like. You may chat GPT if you feel like. Start thinking through these two questions. And as you think through it, we're going to do some practices, what we call grounding practices, before we start this session, okay? Let's start with a first grounding, and I call it affirmations. We're going to say some affirmations together, okay? Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, let's go. I am smarter than I think. Say it. You need to be loud. Come on, I am smarter than I think. I am braver than I feel. I am stronger than it seems. And I can do hard things. Can we say it again? Smarter than I am braver than I feel. I am stronger than it seems. And I can do hard things. Thank you so much for saying that. Now, to welcome you all into the room, we're going to do something called deep breathing. You know what that means? To take a deep breath. And that really is going to help us to enter into this space with the right nerves, with the right emotions, with the welcoming spirit. The director of the National Orientation Agency said something: be present, informed, and intentional. Sorry, that's what he said. And it was three powerful PII words I kept in my head. And to be present many times is for you to be calm, to be able to receive learning. So I'm going to help us together, all of us. We're going to come into this space today with some calm. And for us to do that, we need to take a deep breath, okay? So you are going to do two things for me. You're going to do some imagination. Imagine you have a flower in your hand, your right hand, and then there's a candle that is already lit in front of you. What I'd like you to do is just smell the flower for 4 seconds, hold your breath for 7 seconds, then blow out the candle for 5 seconds. That is what we call deep breathing, okay? All right, so let's quickly do that. Let's smell the flower for 4 seconds. I will count. Smell it. Keep smelling. 1, 2. Keep smelling. 3, 4. Now hold your breath. Don't please it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now blow with the candle. Very good. You did amazing. So you're going to do it yourself. I won't guide you. Let's do it one more time. Let's go. Hold your breath. I hope you're feeling good now. Hmm? How are you feeling? I hope you're feeling like senses. All right? Okay, very good. That's really something that is a trick when we want to teach people to be emotionally intelligent. And I'll come to the reason why we did that. Okay? All right. Now, one last thing before we start. What are you grateful for today? What are you grateful for? Think about it. A lot of times when I tell people, when I ask this question, what are you grateful for? People always say life. Whilst I appreciate that, I'd like you to be a bit more specific. What about life are you grateful for? Good health, I hear it on this side. Someone is grateful for. What about good health are you grateful for? Give me one example, just one specific. Being able to be here today, and that ability to be here today meant that you woke up, you had your bath, you stepped out, you were healthy, you could walk, and you walked into this place with a full sense of mind. Do you see the specific things happening there? Because I can tell you for free, a lot of people can't do that. It's actually a reason to be grateful. Any other reason to be grateful from anybody anywhere else? What are you grateful for? You can write it even if you don't want to share. Take a moment to reflect deeply. Why am I grateful? What am I grateful for? Well, I'm grateful for being able to have a conversation with all of you. It's an opportunity to share from my depth of experience. I don't take it for granted because it's not everybody that's able to do it. So I appreciate that opportunity to be able to share learning. I'm also grateful for the loves in my life. I'm grateful for my husband, who is an amazing human being and gives me wings to fly because he's such a great partner. I'm grateful that I have somebody that I can talk to. I can share my deepest fears and nervousness with. And I have somebody who actively listens to me. I'm grateful for all my children who have shown me a reason to continue to improve. They hold me accountable every day. They say, Mom, you can do better on this. And I work hard on it. And I try to show them a demonstration of a growing and improving mother every single day of my life. I can begin to list a lot of things that I'm grateful for, but that's an example of building contentment. And I'll come to the reason why I'm saying all of these things and grounding us in this experience. Because this is the missing link. This is why a lot of our young people, and even us, are not what we call emotionally intelligent. So let's describe what is emotional intelligence. Please feel free to Google ChatGPT away, Meta AI away, whatever away. Tell me, oh, I see some students, they're just coming. Are you students? I don't want to assume. Students of which school? Say that again. Oh my goodness, Edo State College of Nursing Sciences. Thank you for choosing that profession. We don't have, oh, thank you actually, because the medical profession is one area that we actually do need a lot of you. Thank you for being present, students. Okay, so who is ready to share? Please come forward if you can, if you don't mind. What is emotional intelligence? We're co-learning, so don't act like I'm not better than you, please.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Precious Alexander, and I am a classroom teacher. Emotional intelligence is the ability to be self-aware, not just self-aware enough to regulate your emotions, self-aware enough to be present in the moment. And then taking it a step further, it is being self-aware enough to look at other people and read the room, read the emotions, read the vibe, read all of it, and then self-aware enough to know when to step back, when to pull forward, and when to regulate your own emotions as well as try to regulate the emotions of the other person. And I speak within the context of the classroom because we have to do that a lot as teachers.
Thank you so much. I could not have done a better job. So, say that again. I am ready to lead the Bible. I mean, we can co-teach, actually. Let's take a moment to celebrate, give me your name again, Pressure. You know, for that lesson, it was profound. And I have two ways that I would like us to do it. There's one something we call, and she's in the classroom like me, see, let me take a moment to farms, teachers. We're not just like basic, okay? We're not. Okay, so we do a silent chair, we can do shh, and you know, for her. So let's give her a silent chair. You know, you do all the way down, okay? A quick silent chair. Shh. Well, you can do it in your meetings. Not every time it's not only classroom. We're not here for classroom alone. Okay? When you want to celebrate what someone has done, but you quickly do that, 2 seconds, you're done. And you continue with your meeting. So we're celebrating you. Another way is to give them a love chair. We go to, there's people who know that love chair a lot. Okay, thank you so much, Precious, for sharing that. I couldn't have said it. The key thing is the ability, isn't it? The ability. You are able. And whenever you are able to do something, what that means is that you are competent in that thing, right? So it's a competence that you're able to regulate your emotion, understand when to step back, look at another person, build empathy. Those are powerful regulating or emotional intelligence skills. So that you're able to regulate your emotion, see how it relates with others, is emotional intelligence. And I agree with that. I mean, is there any other person who disagree? Or is there like a difference? Maybe you have your own way of defining emotional intelligence. I would love to hear that as well. Another person who wants to share? Anybody? Welcome, CSP Tenny. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, so we're exploring the meaning of emotional intelligence.
The ability to understand and recognize
oneself. Ability to understand and recognize oneself. Very, very good. Thank you for that. Thank you. What's your name, madam? Rosemary, NOA. Thank you, Rosemary, for sharing that. Okay, so now that we know what emotional intelligence is, why isn't there the missing link? Why? Why? Well, yes, why is it a missing link for the next generation? Okay, let's forget that it's the next generation. Why is it a missing link today? I still see Precious, and I know, as a good teacher, I won't give adults calling the person who has the answer. I have to go around. Thank you, sir. Oh my goodness.
Talking about the missing link, it has to do with the realization of the present, pushing forward the future.
Right.
What people do is they know today, they don't anticipate tomorrow. And when we talk about the missing link, it becomes a problem for the youth who are supposedly the leaders of tomorrow. Their tomorrow will never come until the link is bridged.
All right. Oh my goodness. Let's give him a silent check. Come on. Thank you so much for sharing that. You know, that bridge between the future and today is usually a distant theory for many. So we want to make it a practice, something that we can do to ensure that we get to that. Let's break it down. What does it mean to be emotionally unintelligent? What's a non-example? A non-example of emotional intelligence. What does it mean for someone to be emotionally unintelligent? Give me some practical examples where you have experienced a person, an institution that is emotionally unintelligent. Or you've been in spaces where you can easily say, this person is emotionally unintelligent. Well, I can give you an example. Have you ever been spoken to so badly that you left the room feeling like the ground needs to open for you to go in? Has that happened to you? I can't. Oh, you people are living in an amazing world. You've never experienced that. Wow. Oh, you have? Oh, I wanted to say, am I alone? Oh, wow. We only be there here now. We plenty. They never talk to you when they say, I might ground open, they can enter. And you're left there feeling useless. You're left there feeling like nothing good can come out of you. But you know that that's not actually true, because good things not only can come out of you, exist within you. There are many children that are growing up in our spaces, they will never be able to find themselves because of the kinds of words we use with them. When we did emotional, let me pause. What examples of emotional unintelligence do you have? Only Esther is raising up her hand. Please now, help me. I'm supposed to be a good teacher. I can't call Precious all the time. Yes, please.
Growing up, my father is very strict. Yes, he's a professor. Yes, a professor at the age of 40 something. So but I'm not. The way I learn is different. So when I'm not good at math, so he's good at math. I'll meet him for math, and when I don't understand or I don't grab it, he start talking, start telling me that, oh, your brain is blocked or something. Then recently, I've not gotten like a placement yet. So I'm supposed to go for my NYC, or there's this registration I have to do. So had to summon up courage, because I had to summon up courage to meet him, to ask him for support and for money, and repeating what he said is not something I want to say, because it's really bad. I had to carry my things. I didn't take my bag. I had to carry my things. I had to run to church so that I don't do something to myself. That's how bad it was. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
First of all, I want to say thank you to you and honor you for sharing your story. Not a lot of people can stand up boldly to share their story, and you did. This is the exact reason why we're here. This is the most powerful example of what this topic is really about. Thank you for sharing that. Is she a lawyer or not? Are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer? Is she done? Go and read now. If some people go and read. You are very intelligent. Go and read law and graduate. Go to law school too. Graduate too. So did the father miss something? Did he miss something? He missed understanding that he has a bold child, a confident child, a child who can advocate for others. He missed that. And hopefully the relationship is not broken. Okay. Any other example of emotional unintelligence? Someone is over there. That's my mother. So let's spread the voice.
My name is Solai. When I'm talking about emotional intelligence, being able to encourage yourself, even when things are hard, even when somebody offends you, be able to handle it, have the emotion to handle things, even when things are bad.
Thank you. She's just talking about a competency area called resilience. And that's what emotional intelligence teaches. Oh, yes, please, ma'am. Unintelligence, yes. I know, I just wanted to recognize what she said. She was responding to the earlier question.
Good morning, all.
Morning.
My name is Mr. Ewosa Emayorubo from National Orientation Agency. On talk of emotional unintelligent, I want to cite a short example.
Please go.
You grow up, it will almost relate to what our first speaker said. You grow up, and that's what is driving our youth. You grow up, you graduate. No job. Your parents, your peers, your relations, they talk carelessly on you that you are nobody, and then you run into somebody that says, let me show you your own plus.
Right.
And the person that you meet tells you, well, you are going to enjoy this money for 3 or 5 years. You said, well, it doesn't matter. At least I have to prove to people around that, yeah, I'm somebody, I'm intelligent. And you go ahead. You get the money after 3 or 5 years. You go. That is real emotional intelligence.
Yes, he deserves it. Let's give him a round of applause. I know he's right. Round of applause. Listen, we can. Okay, there's a one lady here. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Francis Lemon, Chairperson, International Federation of Women in in my own words, I would say emotional unintelligence is the inability of someone to understand another person's emotion at a certain given time. You know, when we're growing up, our parents were like, the way they train us is quite different from the way we train our own children these days. Our own time is fire. You must read now. You must eat now. You must study this now. No, it's like they want you to do things their own way, not your own way. And when I started having kids, I wanted to do the same thing. In fact, I started with it. But along the line, I discovered that even if you have 2, 3, 10 children, they are all different. Yeah. And you have to manage each one differently. One might be very smart, the other not so smart. One might be good in mathematics and the other. Don't compare them. When anyone is lacking in any aspect of situation, don't compare. You know, I also got to understand that each child has their own talents. You understand? And you cannot force a child to do whatever you want that child to do. It messes their psyche. Yes, it does. And at the time they will grow up one day and tell you, Mommy, you messed me up. This is not what I wanted to study. And when they grow up, even if you force them to study medicine or law engineering, they will come back later and study that which they want to study. And you can't stop them that time. And at that time, they start blaming you. So it's better when they are growing and they say, I want to be a teacher, even when you are a medical doctor, don't support them. Because at the end of the day, they will end up hating you and not being your friend. And you wouldn't want that when you are old. That's finished the lecture. She has finished the session, hasn't she? She said too many things I was going to cover. You know, but I know a lot of us will have stuff to say, so in the interest of time, I will just keep moving forward. But I know it's sitting with you. You see, emotional intelligence is not an option, it is the foundation. It's a foundation of relationship building, it's a foundation of confidence building, it's a foundation of humans finding who they are and being able to manage themselves in relation with others. I call it the set of skills, the set of competencies you require from the day you were born to the day you die. Yes. Because you will not use mathematics the day you were born all to your old age. You would not need to do that. But you would need to be confident in yourself, feel a sense of well-being in yourself every single day. And where it doesn't exist, you feel incompetent, you feel lost, you feel like, what is your purpose on earth? And then it begins to drive the kind of relationship you have with others. Many times people are broken because they've been broken by a lot of other people, not because they themselves were born to be broken. Now, why did I start with deep breathing? Deep breathing is an activity that when we do it, the decisions we take will flip in less than 5 seconds. Imagine you wanted to slap somebody who really hurts you, and you took a moment to take a deep breath. 90% of the time, you will not slap that person. You won't. Because what happens when you take a deep breath is that it calms your nerves. The ability to take multiple deep breaths is being emotionally intelligent. Why do we talk about gratitude? Gratitude has direct correlation to rule of law. The ability to name what you are grateful for builds something we call contentment. Contentment in what you have, in what you don't have, in what is coming for you, and what you are going to be able to do. If you are grateful that you have health like that woman who woke up this morning, and you are grateful for the food that you see, even if it's a slice of bread, the chances that you will go and take another person's slice of bread continues to be of strength. And if that is the case, don't you see it has direct relation to rule of law? That you tend not to put your hand in the national cookie jar to take what does not belong to you. But it takes you teaching someone to always sit in gratitude many times for them to remove their eye for another person's thing. Because the more you do it, the less there's propensity to want to take from another person. Do you see why it's the missing link? How many of us start our meetings with gratitude? How many of us tell our children in our classrooms to name what they're grateful for? Now, if we don't do it, that's exactly the missing link for the next generation, because it was missing in our generation. And it's our duty to make sure it is not missing for Generation X. Who is Generation X? Next. Today, we call them Gen Z, right? The lady from the International Federation of Lawyers, she was clear. She was very clear. Raise your children the way you were raised. Come and tell me your example. Well, my parents, I have a 20-year-old, and I have a set of 16-year-old twin daughters. Raise Generation Next and Gen Z. Raise Gen Z, raise Gen Alpha. The way you were raised, you will lose them forever. Many times, let me tell you, we guys in the classroom, we know this. You parents, you might not know. The children tell us how disconnected they are from you. They tell us. Where are the teachers? Am I lying? We see it, we are frontline workers. They tell us how disconnected they are from you. And like she said, they start to build resentment and hate. Is that what you want? Do you want a child who is resenting you quietly? Do you want a generation who resents us? Look at Gen Z, the way they work. Do you know the way they call us? They call us people who are, they say we are the ones that killed Nigeria. And we have left Nigeria this way for them to come and solve. Oh, you have not heard them. Oh, you have not seen where Gen Z is insulting old people. You have not seen they insult you with recklessness. Because they feel there's no demonstrable example from you that helps their situation. They are living in a world where mental health is predominant. Mental health issues. And it makes sense that mental health issues are there. There's alternate worlds. Gen Z, Gen Alpha lives in at least 2 worlds. The internet world and this one. There are multiple personalities across each world. Yes, there's a personality on the social media, and there's the real world. In fact, There's personality on TikTok, different from personality on Snapchat, different from personality on Instagram, so the personalities keep shifting. And you can only imagine how that has serious impact on who they think they are and how they're able to regulate their emotions. And you and I know how difficult social media is and how fake social media is. Then artificial intelligence is now here, giving them multiple information at hand. A 4-year-old can go to artificial intelligence, how can I get pregnant? It doesn't tell, cannot tell that for that person is what? A 4-year-old. And so they get information that they don't need to have. So how do we then make sure that people are emotionally intelligent? It's one thing. How do you build intelligence? You build intelligence by constant or consistent practice. Isn't it? They say for us to be good at math, we have to keep practicing every day. Is it a lie? So for somebody to be emotionally intelligent, what should they do? They should keep what? Practicing. And what is the answer to emotional intelligence in practice and learning is something we call social and emotional learning. The only way to build emotional intelligence for this next generation, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and guess what? This year we're giving birth to Gen Beta. You know that? Yes, 2026, actually 2025. So we have 1-year-old Gen Beta already, at least. Maybe we got into 2025, January 1, 2025. We gave birth to the first Gen Beta. And so at least we do have Gen Beta that is what? About 1-year-old, right? 1+-year-old. The generations are here. Gen Z is already showing you their style. They're very woke, by the way. All the things you think you don't subscribe to it. Because the internet has come here to shift their thinking. So for us to build social and emotional, but also build their emotional intelligence, we have to be intentional about it. And we have to design systems and structures that enable them to learn how to be emotionally intelligent. The master way we know about it in education is to teach social and emotional learning. Put it in your schedule. Block a time where you make students learn social and emotional learning skills. We see the danger in them not being able to do that. Everybody screams corruption, corruption, corruption. Corruption will not die naturally. It will die from a collection of us intentionally making sure that the children don't develop their appetite for it. So what is social and emotional learning? It's also the process. Social and emotional learning, SEL, is the process that humans or people go through to develop a set of competencies. Again, I want to stress that it's a competence. To develop a set of competencies that accelerates learning, that's one, well-being, resilience, and relationships. You know, how many of you believe that relationships is the answer to so many things in life? Yes, without relationships, first of all, learning can happen. There must be a relationship between you and the other entity that, that you're with to learn. Without relationships, well-being can happen. Are you living alone? Yeah, with other people in the world. So then that means you need another person for you to have well-being, right? So who is that person? Whoever that person is, a relationship exists between you and that person, right? And for you to build resilience, like that lady said, you have to have a relationship with yourself. Yourself. So it's a relationship between ourselves and others. There are 5 areas. Number 1, self-awareness, which teacher Esther was very graceful to share. What is self-awareness? Being able to identify and name your own emotions. Identify and name your emotions. That's self-awareness. Knowing who you are, being able to tell who you are. Then self-management is another area. Self-management is being able to regulate your emotions for yourself and in relation with the other people around you, like the lady from the Federation of Lawyers. Managing your emotions. One way to manage your emotions is be able to take a deep breath. A lot of deep breathing would have saved marriages, you know. I'm sure DSP is going to tell us a lot. I was in a session and I wouldn't even dive. I will wait for her to come and be unleashed. Just get ready. There's a statement she will make that will shatter your what you know. You see, that relationship that is breaking in the families is causing us a lot of problems. And it is because we're not emotionally intelligent. We talk to our children anyhow, we talk to our colleagues anyhow. Everybody, you're bigger than everybody, you're better than everybody. So everybody is an underdog to you. And including the ones that are not underdog to you, behind the scenes, you are also hating them. And finding the group of hate to no benefit of yours. Self-management says, how do you manage your emotions? How do you regulate yourself? Marriages and jobs would have been saved if only you could take something called a deep breath. Just taking a deep breath would have saved broken homes. Why are we not teaching children then? Because it is a science. It is a science, it's not my word. When you take a deep breath, something happens to your blood pressure goes down, your nervous system starts to calm itself down, and then you are in a position where you can take better decisions on the instant. The third part of social and emotional learning is social awareness. Being able to read the room. Do you know that a lot of people cannot read the room? Somebody is talking, you are talking. You have to teach it. Something called active listening belongs with there. A lot of people don't know what it means to actively listen. What does it mean to actively listen to the person? Your body will show it when you're listening, actively listen to someone. Yes, you cannot pretend. Have you ever seen when your child is coming to you, mommy, your eye is not dated. She knows that you're not listening to her. Because when you're actively listening to someone, the person knows. Eye contact is one of the ways to know. You can see the person. The person sees that you're seeing them. Another thing that your body does, it will be nothing. You won't even know. Do you know that you don't know when you're not? You're not quite conscious when you start nodding. It's after you have nodded for 1 second, you realize that you're nodding. But your body has responded to active listening by nodding. It shows. So teaching people to actively listen also does one more thing. It helps them understand the person. Because you're actively listening. So you're now beginning to enter the space of understanding what that person is saying and where that person is coming from. You know, people listen to not to respond. No, sorry. People listen to react, not to respond. There's a difference between reaction and response. Because reaction, you just want to get your point across. But to respond is to take the pieces of what the person says and see where something might have been breaking down and respond to that. You didn't hear the person. The person said, that person got me. Your own is to respond and react immediately. Not identifying what that person might have made a mistake in understanding you. That's why sometimes people prefer to voice notes rather than to type, because typing can cause problems. Oh, you do know that? Yes, what you typed might be completely different from what you actually wanted to say. Typing is quite dangerous. If you know that you cannot type in a way that will convey, just put voice note so that the spirit behind your words will be conveyed. Have you ever tried to type and you pause and said, you delete? And I say, you are building emotional intelligence now. Because you know that if you send it that way, problem will be. You will destroy things. Many times when you break your heart, can you break egg and bring the egg back? You can't. One of the things I would tell my children whenever they come back home and say, this person said that, this person said, I bring out a naira. Bring out maybe a clean 500 naira. I squeeze it and release it. Can you still buy the same amount? Can you still buy what you need to buy with this 500 naira? The answer is yes. Then don't be broken. Don't be broken. Your value hasn't changed. Your value hasn't shifted. The person only tried to squeeze you, but the value, the worth, your worth hasn't shifted. That's what we teach. We're actually teaching. See, this example is what you teach in a 5-minute session with your students. And I can tell you, very profound. You do it repeatedly, or you do it to your students with your children. Do it in your organization. Start every meeting with a reflection. There's something we call perspective work. Walk into every department with somebody's perspective. That helps. That helps to shape. That helps to get us to the point that we need to be. Then the fourth one is what we call relationships. Relationships. It's at the heart of it. There are many old people that have nobody to be with them. Meanwhile, they have children everywhere. Some children come to you and just because of obligation, that's why they're there. Obligation. No heart there. And even you can tell. They are not calling you. I have a case right now. 5 children, nobody calls her. Not one of them calls her. In fact, when they call out of obligation. And my mama can just call me. That's not the generation that will change Nigeria. That's not the kind of people that will transform this country. Do you know what it means to be that distant from your parents? Nothing will concern you now. What's concerning what happened from my own mother? And not send, now you are not sent. They don't send you. We don't want to raise a generation like that. No, God forbid. Because they're the ones that will be in the offices and talking to everybody anyhow. When you are emotionally intelligent, you keep a job. Like they say, it is not the book, it's not your academics. Academics will get you the job. Emotional intelligence will keep it. Not just keep it, it will accelerate you. It will accelerate you. The last one is responsible decision making. What we do in classrooms is that when we're teaching social and emotional learning, we start or end our lessons in the day and we say to the children, imagine you saw a child cheating in an exam, what would you do? You'll be shocked what the students will say. Oh, it has direct impact on corruption too. That's what we call choice making. Do you have those conversations with your children? Have you ever said, oh, let's discuss some things? If you saw somebody sending a WhatsApp message or pornography to someone, what would you do? You'll be amazed what the children will say. It's not my business. You know that's dangerous. That is not my business. It's what has caused us serious problems. You will hear from a lot of speakers today about community parenting, community policing, community security. You will hear it. I won't go there. Mine was just to ground us today in the essence of how we need to empower using emotional intelligence. And it's really about building our own first so that we can build for the others. So I speak again to you. How much do you take a deep breath? How much do you calm down when you are referring to anybody in your organization, when you're working with others? How much do you even love yourself? We did a gratitude, we did an affirmation, right? When we started. I am what? Smarter than I think. I am stronger and I can do hard things. You know, that's building resilience and confidence. You say it every day. They say, have you heard this statement? You do something long enough, it becomes a part of you. Have you heard it? Have you heard it? Let me give you a scenario. You have a mother-in-law you don't like. Actually, you hate her. But I'm talking about everybody. I'm sure a lot of you that here are married. And you have a mother-in-law you don't really like. Actually, you have the right reasons not to like her. Because she's been mean to you. She's been all kinds of things to you. What you choose to do then is to pretend that you like her. And you pretend by Wake up in the morning as a matter of duty, greet her, do this, be kind. At the end of the month, you buy something, give her. When she calls you, even though you're high, ma, how are you? Yes, ma. Yeah, your brain is telling you, someone, I just need to get that. You pretend long enough, it starts to become who you are. You forget that you're pretending. At some point, it's not about you forgetting. Let me tell you what transforms a relationship. Your mother-in-law is changed. She doesn't know. You're not acting in response to her behavior. You're not being mean to her. Guess what happens to her? Her relationship with you becomes different. What happens? That relationship begins to heal. And it's also part of being emotionally intelligent. Then we have no reason having broken homes. You will hear her, she will say it. I'm waiting for her session again. I can't hear it enough. That's right. Those are the 5 areas. Self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationships, and what? Responsible decision-making. They are very important. I'm thankful that the Character Education Platform Commission, I think, is here. I didn't even know we had that. The Federal Character Commission. There's a mandate there to build our character. You see, emotional intelligence is part of character development. That you begin to teach children these things, and then what? That generation next becomes much more. Have you seen on TikTok where they say, I'm intelligent? You have not heard my mental health. You are not hearing it. Every small thing, my mental health. Because the resilience is low. Nobody's really telling them. So imagine saying affirmations with your children. Imagine saying affirmations in your office spaces. You start your meetings. When you finish praying, you declare who you are and what your team is. People begin to feel more confident, and they have better outcomes. Let me end with this. It is not my data that I didn't create this data. 1 million children were researched. Half of them took social and emotional learning. The other half did not take. What did they find? The half who took social and emotional learning to build their emotional intelligence did better in academics. The schools saw a 50% reduction in bullying, 40% reduction in suspensions, improved teacher well-being. So teachers didn't feel the burnout. Teachers are leaving the classroom. I hope you know that. Oh, yes. It's a disaster. In fact, I don't even know what to say. We're in trouble. Because when the best hands leaves the classroom, generation next is about to, in fact, they are losing. So anything that will make teachers feel better in the classroom, it should be something we must be doing. So all of this information is not mine, it's global information. And so we need to do these practices to start to build emotional intelligence. Please do the simple things. Use your affirmations. Actively listen. Take your deep breathing very importantly. Name your emotions. Name your emotions respectfully. These things are very critical for us in building our emotional intelligence. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. Did you enjoy that session? Now, if you did, I want you to give her a big, big hand. There's a way we clap at the Trainer Summit. All right, so we'll clap and we'll count the numbers to 10 and we will push it all to the person. So let's count and clap to 10. 1 to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you. Did you take all of that, Madam Rhoda? That was a beautiful session, right? I heard about emotional intelligence, emotional unintelligence, emotional, wow, lovely. Thank you so much, Mel. I learned a lot, and being somebody who's on the radio every morning, I think I've learned a few things for my listener, and I'll tell them on Monday. All right, are you ready for the next speaker? Come on, people of Edo State, are you ready for the next speaker? Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. Come on, let's do it one more time. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. That's more like it. All right. So without further ado, I'd like for us to play the citation of the next speaker as we get ready for him. DJ, are you DJ, wait. DJ, wait. DJ, there's something about your balance that you don't want. You are joking with your balance, I mean. Have you reduced the volume now? I have. Okay, start again.
Osai Tres Omokaro is a highly decorated management consultant and wealth educator, serving as the principal consultant at Tres Caro Systems and Solutions, as the CPD accredited management consultant and a fellow in the Institute of Management Consultants. He possesses a sophisticated understanding of organizational growth, business incubation, and strategic acceleration, with a professional foundation that includes an MBA and certification as a business development service provider. Osai has dedicated his career to empowering entrepreneurs and professionals through data-driven financial literacy and personal finance coaching. He is also a sought-after corporate trainer and a facilitator, recognized for his ability to simplify complex wealth-building principles and business startup strategies for diverse audiences. An alumnus of Benson Idausa University, his work is deeply rooted in value-based leadership and the belief that financial empowerment is a cornerstone of society stability. Ladies and gentlemen, let us make welcome Osai Tres Omokaro.
Thank you very much. First, I want to stand on all existing protocol. Like you already hear, my name is Osai Tresomokaru. And for the few time I'll have to be sharing with us, I'll be focusing on getting digital now. And possibly as I share, we're going to see the reason why this has become not just something that is necessary, but it's something that we must do. Otherwise, we're going to lose our children in the shortest possible time. Because the truth is, if you give a brand new phone to a child of 2 years today, the child will navigate everything about the phone without any guidance. And research has it that children of today get born with some knowledge loaded into them. As we further such research, we'll find out how those things happen. It's going to be a dilemma if you that is expected to raise these children. First, you must appreciate the fact that these children are not yours. They are the children of God, entrusted into your hands to nurture on behalf of God. The first thing you must understand is that God does not have grandchildren. God is your father. God is their father. So possibly, you most likely will not really be older than them in spirit. But because there is orderliness, one person must go ahead, understand the terrain, marry another person, download another person from heaven, nurture such a person, pass out, that person get married, download another cell. We are all created in the image and the likeness of God. And since God has not created another, He only just put a process in place to keep pulling them in. So today we're going to see how we can work together. Please, the next slide. I said teach like a parent and parent like a teacher. Because the truth is, next slide, please. Okay, because if you don't do that, some of us are parents. How many parents do we have here?
You are not a parent because you have a child. There are young people who are praying and are aspiring to just be like you. You are parenting them without you knowing. I told one of my lecturers in class, I said, I began to wear short sleeve shirts because I was admiring him. At this age, I'm talking about last year, I have a lot of short sleeve shirts, but when I want to go out, I'd rather wear the long sleeve. But I saw a lecturer who would come to class every day with a short sleeve, corporate needs and all of that. I began to wear short sleeve shirts. He didn't tell me to. I observed him. I liked it, and I began. So a lot of young people are observing you, and they are following your footsteps. So what's the question? Children today live in two classrooms. But a lot of us parents are more concerned about the fact that we send them to school. We forgot there's another school that's even more potent. Research has it that the technology that was being developed to create the social media and all of that were inculcated with things that will indoctrinate, that make people so attached that they eventually feel like they are losing, they are not there. When you wake up in the morning, be frank to yourself. Which do you open in your phone first, your Bible or your WhatsApp? Did anybody tell you to open WhatsApp? Let me just see if before I slept or since I slept till now, whether there's a new message. Is indoctrinating. So your children live in a classroom, a structured learning environment with curriculum and face-to-face interaction. But there's a digital classroom that they go by themselves. You found them there. You provide the gadgets, you provide the digital infrastructure, the internet, and all of that to go there. But you are not conscious of what's happening there. So the real question is, who is teaching them in the digital classroom? My young boy is 11 years. All of a sudden, I saw him doing exercise. And my wife came to tell me that he said he wants to build 6-pack. That's not the funny part. When my wife asked him why, he said, so that when I pull my shirt, all those girls will just sit there and just fall. 11 years. Which girl is seeing you? So, if your children have those conversations, if they are not bold enough to share it with you, something's already wrong. Because the one that shares their own have the opportunity to be guided. You see? Because truth, you see everybody exercising, you think they're exercising for health. People have different reasons. You see it? So in that digital room, someone is teaching them. Are you allowing the guys wearing bling to teach them? The thing is, I realized something. When you do nothing, the good things you desire in your life will not happen without you taking actions. But the unfortunate thing, the bad things you don't desire, if you do nothing, they will still happen. So you have to be intentional for the positive things to happen. If you do nothing, negative things will happen by themselves. So when you are not doing something, you will say, but what did I do wrong? No, you didn't do anything wrong. The fact that you did not act is what you did wrong. The fact that you did not do what you were supposed to do, that is what you did wrong. Because your children are already learning. I must appreciate you for your vulnerability. And when she was talking, I said, how I wish the father can just hear this. But I will tell you something. Summon the courage. Share that thought with him. You are not hurting him, you are helping him. You are not hurting him. I raised a family where my children can sit me down and trash me. Yes. My children will finish our morning devotion like this, and everybody will face me. My daughter said, I don't want to marry a man like my father. You say, why not you shout too much? You can't tell your dad that, but you feel so. Let me tell you something. Your dad can no longer beat you. Hope you know. He can't. So walk up to him. Daddy, I'm grown up. You have battered me. I'm trying to get myself healed. Some of the words you used to you share with me is breaking me, is making me feel less than myself. We must raise children that should be able to talk to us like this. If your children cannot talk to you like this, you are sending them outside. They will talk to somebody who will embrace them and tell them all of these good things. Before you know it, that person takes your place in their life. Then you start to pray to the same God that you refuse to listen to. You did not realize that these children were the children of God. You were battering their emotions. I was talking with her when she was saying, when we were doing that conversation, that the difference, nothing stops you from raising your children the way you were raised. You can take part of those strategies, implement it today, but the major difference is that your children must know why you do everything you do. If you yourself don't understand why you do it, don't do it. My children asked me one day, but you say you love us, so why are you disciplining us? I took them to the Bible. He whom the Lord loves, he chastises. That discipline is an expression of love. Otherwise, they will read their meanings to it. So for me, I believe that parents need to get more educated about parenting, not just shouting. You shout for your child, leave them. Leave them. You see his phone, you see. A time will come, he can afford the phone. He can buy the car. So what do you then use? So next slide, please. The reality of today is that today's children are growing up in a digital-first environment. You grew up in an environment, after a while you began to introduce digital. Their words, they meet the digital. How do they get the phones? You and your husband needed your peace. You gave them the phone and put the cartoon. So they will be engaged while you can go and love yourself. Now, you want to take the phone. They said, no way. Because in that digital environment, learning, relationship, influence are happening online. If your children have unrestricted access to internet, you deserve. In fact, I can begin to see that some countries now are restricting the usage of social media. I studied journalism. I understand what it means to shape the mind of a people through the media. And now, the unfortunate thing, everybody is a media practitioner without background training. So you can imagine, because as you're growing up, there's a tendency to believe that everything that is printed is true. So people will argue, I saw it on Google. Have you taken time to understand what is called media literacy? If you don't, how do you train it to your children? Because the truth is, 2-3 people sat down in their room and said, it's a polar matter. Let's just create content. And said, everybody should go and use salt water to read. 2-3 people, they posted it, the other one shared it, the other one shared it. My mom called me, was like, you are my son. I know you will argue. You will tell me I don't have to. Please, just do it for my sake. I said, I will not. You see, when where did this start? Nobody cared. So fake news today is dangerous. So the problem is that many adults are confused about technology and its impact. They are afraid of digital risk and dangers. They are disconnected from the children's online lives. Because some of you tell yourself, this digital thing, I'm not a digital person. No, you don't have an option in this generation. You have lesson teacher that are teaching your children. You have Bible teacher that is teaching them. You have Quran teacher that is teaching them. Who is engaging them virtually? If you can't do it yourself, get mentors and coaches who will guide them. You cannot now have time. You say, I don't have time, yet I don't want to pay somebody else to do it. Then you are exposing your children. Because truth is, there are mentors, there are coaches. Some of them will be speaking to us today. Their work is to work with teenagers. When I wanted to begin to teach about financial literacy to children, one of the models I used was what I call the financial parenting academy. Because I know that no matter what I teach the children, when they get back home, their parents will knock it off their head. Because you teach a child about assets and liability, you teach a child about savings and investment. The child gets back home, the child is watching the parents. No budgeting, they are always spending, The child will hear and want to do, but will get back home and do what is done in his or her house. So I decided to work with parents. Parents embraced it, they jumped into the community and all of that. But when we began to give them assignments that they are supposed to be doing with their children, they started backing out. I'm not sure there is any parent that don't want to raise financially literate, wealthy children. Children who will not love money or lack money. Every parent wants such children, but are you ready to pay the price to raising those children? How financially literate are you? If you are not, why not begin to equip yourself? But we're talking about digital literacy. Unfortunately, your children are in an environment where digital literacy is natural to them, but it's not to you. Don't you think you need to begin to take classes and begin to connect and find a way to help them? There is competency gap. Adults lack the digital literacy to guide effectively. There's protection gap. Children face risk, proper safeguard. Then adults struggle to connect with the digital native children. You see your children becoming very sporadic in their thinking because they are playing games. The game is building their mind. They are thinking fast. Your children ask you questions, you say, shut up, like, why? Because you don't know the answer. Did they beg you to be born? Truth is, parenting is an 18 years assignment. 18 years assignment. If you can't get it right in 18 years, what you do after 18 years is trying to bend a dried fish. And the possibility is that you will then begin to have frictions with your children. How do you begin to think in the realm that your children are thinking? Next slide, please. This is the core idea: empathy, patience, and digital safety. That's the heart of the parents. The teacher, structured knowledge, and intellectual growth. Children need two kinds of educators working in harmony. When this combine, a child receives guidance, structure, emotional safety, and intellectual growth. Children need both their teachers and their parents. Don't abandon your children to your teacher and expect them to become great. Some of us are looking for money. The husband goes to work in the morning, the wife goes to work in the morning. The nanny, who is a stark illiterate, is raising your children. And they will use their strategies to get the children to align. Somebody say, you and your wife you go for trainings abroad, you come back and all of that. Then the knowledge you have acquired, you are expecting your nanny to have the knowledge to use it to raise your children. After you come back from the training, you go to work. Then you ask, you should have known this now. Your nanny did not go for the training. It's you that went. And none of you will fully take your nanny and send her to a parenting class. You know why? She's not a parent, but she's parenting your children. You say, if I train her now, you can't come out. You not train her, you stay. He's raising your children. and you are speaking Queen's English, your children are speaking nine. Why? Because that's what the nanny is speaking. So don't abandon your children to your teachers. And teachers here, please, I know it's not a very easy thing. I'm currently studying education. And I told them in my class, I'm studying education because of this work that I'm doing. I don't need a certificate for promotion, so lecturer not a shout for me. I can carry my bag and walk away. All my lecturers talk to me like colleagues. I don't need to go and submit a certificate in one workplace for them to promote me. I'm doing it because I am teaching. I know there are philosophies for teaching, the psychology of education. I want to know them, so I'm doing it from part of another second reason that I'm motivated is that my first daughter says she wants to be a teacher. And when she says it in the presence of adults, they'll say, keep quiet. Teacher's reward is in heaven. I said, who is our daddy? I'm a teacher. I actually began to teach when I answered this question. If every job on earth pays the same salary, what would you rather be doing? If every job pays the same salary, you'll find out that most of you are doing things you would have loved to do. When I answered that question, I was working in the bank. And I told myself, I would have rather been teaching. Then I began to analyze, who should I teach? I know that for me to teach children, I need to go back to school for some level of emotional intelligence and patience. And I don't go below basic. So I drilled it down to teaching business owners. So I am still a teacher. So I said, if I'm going to guide my daughter, but I think that you want to be a teacher, please pursue it with all vigor. My responsibility as your parent is that anything you want to do, I will take it, press and shake it together, I'll expand it. I say you have my support to the highest level. Finish your secondary, enter the university, do educational management, come back and I'll give you the key to your school to manage. Every teacher must not go to primary 2, primary 3 and B. It's the mindset that you bring to every field. And as a teacher, you have the best job on earth. The best job ever. You see it like that. Because if you see it, you will know that you are raising people who want to become president, who want to become governors, who will be the technocrats, who will be the great people in society. If you teach them like you are teaching your children, you will see that your disposition towards them will be different. And for you that is a parent, if you parent your children like a teacher, knowing that they are observing what you say and what you do, and they will most likely do more of what you do than what you say. That knowledge in itself will guide how you comport yourself. To guide how you comport yourself. Next slide. So teach like a parent. Teacher must bring better qualities into learning to create a nurturing educational environment. Students don't learn from the teachers they don't like. And I think one of the things that the educational system should begin to do is to allow teachers to teach, get somebody else to come and examine the children, do what we call exam. The more of them that are failing, the less promotion you get as a teacher. If we flip that, our teachers will think differently. Because your work is to teach them to know so they can do with or without you. A teacher will be happy that in my course nobody gets a thing you taught me. I applied it. This is the benefit I got. Because if I'm doing this for multiple years and I don't have proof that what I'm teaching is working, I'll be foolish. So go and practice. Then show patience. As a teacher, show patience. Give children time to learn, make mistake. Let them make mistake without you judging them. Some of these things I'm teaching you are not perfect in them. I have used words for people who came back crying. Say, I love your heart. but the kind of words you use sometimes. So I've been there, I understand what I'm saying. I'm not telling you because I remember asking a colleague in the bank, I said, if I have my way, I'll ask you to refund the school fee that your parents paid because you wasted their money. So when I was going to leave the branch, everybody was giving me feedback. The lady said, I enjoy working with Osayi, but Osayi can tell you words that will make you think like, so I know I was there. This was before 2012. So we all get to become intentional. Understand the emotional need. If this lady's father understand the emotional need, but you know that in all sincerity, the father is doing the best he can. And he thinks that he's pushing the girl to be her best. The best he knows, yes. No, the best he can never improve what he knows more. What you know is how best you can do. If you want to do more, you must know more. At his current capacity, he's a prof. I'm not sure he has the courage to shout on people in class like that. A student told the lecturer one day in class, they caught him with expo in the exam. They said, come back here, come back here. He sat and was looking at him. The lecturer walked up to him. He said, we will settle him outside. You think they are shouting for undergraduate, not be postgraduate student. His father is a prof. He raises other prof. He cannot shout. There are people he can shout. The guy said, we will send to our side. Now, me pay my school fees. I know they do again, but me and here, he said, this lecturer began to ask himself, will this work? Who sent me? In less than 5 minutes, they brought another lecturer. He came, they shouted, they took him outside, and gave him another paper. He went to continue his exam. That's it. See, even the parents, I have an uncle then who will come to my father's house. He will hold my hand. He will take me past like 5-6 houses. He will now send me back home to go and bring Brazilian for him. He was just abusing us, but a time came. I don't know what happened between them and my father. He was raising his voice to my father. Then my energy rose. And I looked at him to the face. I said, oh, bros, no human being on earth can insult my father in my presence. Me and you will die here now. If you open your mouth and say what again about my father, the same uncle I used to be afraid of, he kept quiet. So the children who are raising today, they won't even get to 15 years before they knock you in the face and tell you some of these things. Because they can make you money online. You are oppressing your child because you are paying her school fees. What if your son tells you that the school fees is due, but I paid it? So we need to reevaluate some of the punishments and all this that we are using. He will tell you that my school fees is due, I paid it. I just sent some money to Bobby. I know if I give you now, you start asking me questions. I just sent like 300,000 to Bobby. Your own work is to ensure that they make the money legitimately. That's it. Because there are legitimate means of making money online. It's only foolish people that do Yahoo. You can make good money and still not be afraid of police. I was driving one day, policeman stopped me. I saw Yahoo boys. I said, sorry, sir, I cannot park here. He said, well, I said, you can't park me among these people. I did not come down. If you want to check my vehicle, go, let's move forward, I'll give you my papers. He said, they go, this over Sabi, and so until they be. Because if I come down there in less than 5 minutes, people will be calling my number. I will say, I just try to pass you. Also, they never rob you among these people. Because I know what I'm doing. I know my stand. My number one priority is to make sure my papers are okay. So that when we and police meet, we know the gist. We know the fight, we know the quarrel. If you check my paper, my children used to tell me that they are begging. Give me my money before you go dash police. I dash police money. You know why? You know why? I heard a message that said, criminality is a combination of anger, hunger, and corn. These three things are they in the majority of our bodies. Apart from the madam where you say they enter high ranking, those lower one they are hungry, they are angry, and they have license to a gun. And they are able to comport themselves and not use it for wrong things. You should dash them money. Yes, but there's a way I reason. I am a father with 3 children. I'm driving home to go and enjoy my wife and my children. Another person who is a father with the same number of children is on the streets, protecting and making sure I'm happy. What is 500 naira that I cannot dash? There was a day I parked. Thank you. I parked at Kada Plaza roundabout. I called one of those people selling bottles of water. Then water used to give 500 naira. I gave him 500. I said, go and give one of them. As he was sharing for them, they were looking at me, they were surprised. I drove off. Every one of us need to begin to do that. Because the economic hit we are talking about is hitting everybody. So if God has blessed you, let it spread. The truth is, God will bless you more. If you are not a reservoir, then you are a channel. If you are a channel, God blesses you more. So we must protect beyond academics. Care about their overall well-being, not just scores. This goes for parents and teachers. Your child comes back from school, the score is not matching up. You should begin to think. It should cause you to inquire. If I call any of my children here now, if any of them was with me, I'll ask you 10 over 10 equals, they'll tell you Kada Plaza. If you get 10 over 10, we are going straight to Kada Plaza to go and buy you ice cream or buy you anything you want. So when you don't get it, you know that you have lost it. So you aspire to get it. So I encourage the performers. Because if they are not performing well, what you should look at is what is happening at home. What is distracting them? If you are doing your part, an average child of this generation is intelligent. An average child of this generation is intelligent, almost naturally. You just need to give them that guide. And you must stay interested. Be genuinely curious about their lives, their interests, and their online experiences. Everywhere I go to teach, I'm super proud of my first daughter. She's 14, and she'll be completing 16 this March 16th. I've never seen a young child that is as disciplined as her. She authored her first book and published the book on her 15th year birthday. What did she write in the book? She was coming out tops in her school consecutively for like 3 consecutive sessions. And she put together strategies that she used to read. She calls it read and do. You know, she has time for everything. She has time for everything. My wife is using a Samsung. I bought her iPhone 11. I bought my daughter iPhone 11. I'm not afraid of what she will do with it. She finished the entire Bible at age 14. No, a little after 15. She finished the entire New Testament at age 13. And finished the entire Bible about 4 months after her 15th year birthday. I call her Genius Karen. I started to call her that name as a child because I understand that words create. How did God create the word in Genesis? And God said, and God said, and God said. At the end, and God saw. What you are seeing in your house today is what your words are creating. You raised a daughter to be a lawyer who can stand and defend other people as a lawyer. What you are still telling her is the meaning. There is a lot of orientation that need to happen. Next slide, please. Parents teach life. Okay. Parents, okay, then we talk about teaching like a parent. Now, parent like a teacher. You must set learning routines. Learning routines. One of the things that will constantly guarantee the outcome is when you have routines. Discipline is good. Before people get discipline and begin to operate automatically, create routines. Get your children to have their routine. If you see my daughter's journal, gratitude journal, I teach some of these things. I'm not as disciplined as she is in implementing. She has told me now she wants to school abroad. I said, me, I'm not going to change naira to dollar to pay school fees. You do the best you can. I will source for the scholarship for you. She said, I don't like maths. I don't like social sciences. I said, madam, calm down. You can choose what you like after you are 18. Once you are in my house, I will assess what you like and I will influence it. I said, you are 16 years now, writing SSC, JAM, and NECO. Write science subjects. I now connected that with one of my boys in the US. That guy had scholarships up to PhD level. I connected it. I said, please, my daughter is interested in this post scholarship matter. I need you to mentor her. I said, sir, I will do that gladly. So I connected both of them. That was told that you need to go and do SATs and some other exams. They say you need to do well in mathematics and English. We were doing morning devotion one morning. I saw her crying. My wife went out, calmed that down. When we were done, and I asked my wife, what's happening? He said, mathematics. Mathematics. You see what I was telling you? The world is full of social sciences. They're too plenty. They're too plenty. Let me tell you something. See, I am when I'm sharing my truth, so I am not trying to be politically correct. I studied mass communication. I studied banking and finance. There are mass communicators that are jobless. There are banking and finance graduates that are jobless. How many medical doctors do you know that doesn't have a job? They're not even rich. The other subjects have fewer people doing it and the jobs are everywhere. So don't allow your children run around what everybody's running around. They will join the Dubai markets and it is giving the Dubai market struggle. Focus on the things others are running away from. I said, my work is to pay for the person to teach you mathematics. I got somebody who is teaching and she's doing well in the mathematics, physics, and chemistry. And I told them, your first work is not to teach her mathematics, teach her to love it. Once she loves it, she can take it off from there. So this parenting thing, God may ask you plenty questions. Your work is not to give them food and provide roof. So set learning routines, monitor their digital exposure. Monitor their digital exposure, ask questions, engage in conversations about what they consume online. My boy will say, Daddy, please give me your phone. I say, what's the time? 8 o'clock, you return it by 8:30. I say, okay, sir. If you break that 8:30 before you go see the phone again, you go reach 1 week. So stay critical. Teach critical thinking. Teach critical thinking. A lot of adults are not thinking. That's the truth. The few that are thinking are the one ruling the rest of us in whatever field that we are in. A lot of adults just do what majority are doing. You cannot do what majority are doing and be exceptional. Make your children do critical thinking. Let them engage in things that will grow their mind. Then encourage curiosity. When children get born, they do a lot of questioning. They ask a lot of why. But we adults have a way of shutting them up. We adults have a way of shutting them up. Encourage your children to ask you questions. If you don't know the question, give it back to them as a research. Because I am very good to tell my children, I am your daddy doesn't mean I know everything. This one, we will research it. It will be our conversation tomorrow. At the end, everybody knows. Next slide, please. Let's run faster. My time is running out. So digital parenting teaching model. Parent provides, teachers instruct, the child receives. Parent guide digital life with wisdom and protection. Teacher develop digital intelligence and critical thinking, and the child learns, creates, and navigates responsibly. Next slide. What children need from adults. They don't need so much. They just need your guide. You protect them from risk, mentor them positively, foster creation. Next slide. Don't worry. I don't know whether we have, okay, we registered online. Actually, they registered online. So if you are magnanimous enough, you can give them the slide. If it's magnanimous enough, I used to sell my slide. I'm a business person. When I'm done, I'll give you a link where you can download the slide 5K. Poor people don't buy such things. No problem. But those that appreciate the value of knowledge, they will download it and pay. Signs a child needs guidance. Sudden secrecy, your child begins to isolate from your family and friends, emotional reactions after being online, excessive screen dependency. They are feeling like they are jonesing. When you take away the screen from them, it means they need guidance. Interaction with unknown contacts. Next slide. Together we can, yes, by combining parents' hearts, the teacher's mind, we can help our children. We learn together, we communicate openly and act now. I think we can wrap it up there. We don't want to receive so much of my time. Thank you very much for the privilege.
Did you enjoy that? All right, let's give them a trainer summit. With now. 1 to go. Oops, all for you, sir. Thank you so much. That was beautiful, right? Get digital. Say to your neighbor, get digital. So shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. I don't know if we have our social media handles. Can it be displayed now? Do we have it? Do we have it? Not yet. Okay, so please, let's try if we can get it so we can get some of these people in the hall connected with us on social media. So right now, I'm gonna bring up on stage our global coordinator is gonna have something to say to us. And I believe whatever he's gonna say to you will also set you on course for the next set of speakers that will be coming up. So without further ado, I want us to give our global coordinator a big round of applause, Mr. Rotimi Eyitayo. Please give him a big hand.
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. I know we have questions. Do we have questions? You are not answering. There are questions, right? So this is what we're going to do. I would like you to put your questions down. Because of time, we want to be able to manage the sessions together. So we'll create an opportunity for you to ask your questions after a particular set of speakers are done. Is that fine? Is that fine? Yeah. Okay. Before we go further, I would like us to note that this is not the regular training, seminar, or conference. For us, we're very intentional. Number one, about the topics. Number two, about the speakers. Number three, about your responses. And so I don't want you to feel that, oh, you're just here to be present and to write. You know, I believe that it's not what you know that really matters. It's what you do with what you know, right? So as the speakers are speaking, I want you to put this in your mind. What does this mean? What am I going to do with what I've heard? Are we together? The responses are not even showing that we're together. So I'm asking a question. Are we together? Yeah. And some of you are not smiling as you're saying it. Are we together? Yeah. And so even if you're not a classroom teacher, you're all students today. Tell your neighbor you're a student. Whether you're a lawyer, you're a teacher, you're a consultant, you're a parent, everyone here is here as a student. And learning should be lifelong, shouldn't it? That means we continue to learn. Am I correct? Okay, so we're going to do something very quickly. I need 4 bold people or 4 bold students, very bold students to come join me on stage. Very 4 bold, maybe 2 female, 2 male. No. One, thank you. 2, there might be cash involved though. 1, 2, 3, and 4. You want to join some? Make it 5. Bonus. Can we give them a round of applause? Have you told them they love them? Okay, we'll teach them. So we're going to do something. I believe at every trainer summit, we try to infuse a bit of a climate in the atmosphere that doesn't make it look like this is so gory, so straightforward. We're not in the cemetery. We're in the trainer summit atmosphere. And learning should be fun. Someone say learning should be fun. See, we're here to learn. And we're here to have fun. The way you said it doesn't sound like fun. And you're repeating what I'm saying again. No. I was. Tell the person beside you, we're here to learn. And we're here to have fun. I love that. So we're here to learn. And we're here to have fun. So my task here is just to break the ice. I do like before I bring the next person speaker, So everybody, can you stand up? Now you see these people, by the power vested in me as a global coordinator, they have been deputized as trainer summit assistant coordinators. Can you clap for that? They don't trust me. Now, this is what they're going to do. They're going to demonstrate. I heard the last speaker say that he noticed there was a lecturer that was on short sleeve. And, just observe a human person. He kind of decided to put on short sleeve. Are we together? So we're going to do what I call do as I do session. What did I say? Come on, give me energy. Say do as I do. So all these people here, will start with him. He will come forward. Whatever he does, you must do. When I say next, he will go back. Then this mommy will come forward. Whatever she does, you must. So when she hears next, this auntie, this person, the DJ is going to play something for us. So, I'm changing your mind. It's too late. Someone says it's too late. So you come forward, sir. The rest of you step back a bit. So DJ, over to you. Whatever he does, I'm watching for compliance. So when he dances, whatever he does, we must do. DJ, over to you. So he's holding his hand. Everybody hold your hand. He's clapping. You can clap. To the right. He's bending his head. Bend your head too now. I'm monitoring you guys. And then he's bending his head. This is DTSG. Next. Okay, next. You can go back. Come forward. Okay. Bobby, this is farmer dance. Oh yeah, bro, you're good. She's waving. Everybody wave. The people at the back, you're not waving. To the side. Next. This one, Jersey. Mike Rusi. Let's go. This mosquito killing dance. Have you got the road safety before? Next. I don't know the name to call this one. This punishment, it's not that. Next. All right, thank you very much. We try together from there. Amazing. Thank you very much. Somebody say more is coming. I can't hear you. I said I can't hear you. So I've been privileged to train for the past, well, more than about 2 decades now. And I've come to realize, both formal setting and informal setting, that your mood, or what we call your state of being, right, has a role to play in how you internalize knowledge. And so if some of you just stay as spectators, you will get a little out of today's event. But if you come in as participants, you put your mind, your spirit, your soul, your body here, you get a lot, right? And I really want to appreciate a lot of our guests. I've seen AET, anyway, all of you, and they're writing as if, they're writing the exam. Please, can we give them a round of applause? Amazing. Amazing. And when we started this project, we started last year in November. We started with Delta State, we had Warri, we had Asaba. Then we came into January, we did Oka. From Oka, we went to Ebonyi State. From Ebonyi State, we went to Enugu State. From Enugu, where did we go to again? Then we went to Uyo, from Uyo to Calabar, from Calabar to Port Harcourt, from Port Harcourt to Ilorin. Ilorin, we're now beginning season 2. Season 2 started with 2 locations simultaneously. So on Thursday, we're in Abia and Owerri at the same time. And today we are in Edo, and we're also in Bayelsa at the same time. Thank you. Because of what you did, you just won yourself a brand new thank you. It's brand new. All right, so it's just to tell you that we're carrying a vision and a burden that, the founder and the convener is here. And we're carrying a vision and a burden that is something that one person can't do alone, right? And it's costing us a lot. And I'm not talking about just money. It's costing us time, it's costing us resources, it's costing us a lot to do. And we believe that Generation Next can be saved. Generation Next can be raised. And that's what we're doing. So if you listen to the speakers, without even them comparing notes, you will find out that Rhoda came, she spoke about emotional intelligence as a missing link. And I can tell you with all sense of integrity, Rhoda did not know what Osai was going to present. Am I correct? And Osai came in and he topped it up with Get Digital Now. And I can tell you that the next speaker that we're going to have is just going to build on it. And that's how it's going to be throughout today. So be rest assured, I'm sure you all have water, right? Don't rush the water. Well, you missed the memo. When you have sessions like this, you don't rush water. As they're dropping the point, what do you do? Someone says, sip it. You hear one powerful point, what do? You get another powerful quote, what do? Sip it so that it will. If you just you won't have anything to sip. But we promise you there's going to be lunch. Are we together? There's going to be lunch, so we'll feed your mind and we'll feed your tongue. If you clap for us now. So, in a hurry, I just wanted to break down the tempo. And where's our MC? Our MC is doing a lovely job, right? Where is it? He's blending in the background. Please put your hands together for our OAP rookie in the building. So I'm going to ask us to get set because we're having the next speaker. Mr. All right? Is it Mr. Kroko? Mr. Kroko, you're ready for us? Yes. Okay. Since he's ready. Now, I would like to introduce him as they get the media of. This is someone you will need to listen to. What he's going to be sharing with us, though the short time, is something that affects everyone, right? Everyone. And it's more or less a statement and a question at the same time. It's going to be asking you a question, and it's going to be building a session on that. He's been well-traveled, an accountant, a banker. He has many parts. The parenting coach, he's the CEO of Parent Man Consulting. And he has a heart for children, he has a heart for learning. He's a Rotarian, I believe. And he loves to travel. We've traveled together to several places for sessions. And he was with us in Imo. That's the fine guy with his glasses. And he's going to be here now, right? This session. So we get to listen to his profile as we welcome him on stage.
Akirungo Akinola is a dedicated advocate and consultant committed to revolutionizing parenting and methodologies and nurturing African families into achieving their full potential. With a foundational background in accounting and management, he seamlessly transitioned from the corporate and financial sectors into a passionate vocation for family empowerment. His expertise is reinforced by a suite of professional certifications, including public speaking and business consulting, a certification in emotional intelligence from Emotion City in Lagos, Nigeria, and his status as a certified family life practitioner from the Institute of Family Development in Lagos, Nigeria. His facilitation skills are certified internationally as a Generation Z and social emotional learning facilitator through Growing Leaders in Atlanta, USA, and nationally as a Rotary Youth Leadership Academy facilitator in Nigeria. Akinola is a recognized voice in the national discourse, contributing as a columnist to major Nigerian dailies such as Tribune, Daily Independent, and New Telegraph. His practical expertise is embodied in his authored works, Daddy, Where Are You?, Mommy, No Excuses, and Pathway to Fatherhood, which serves as essential tools for modern parents. As the founder and lead researcher, Paramount Consulting LLC, Akirungo Akinola stands as a sought-after consultant, speaker, trainer, and parent coach, distinguished by a steadfast mission to elevate parenting quality and guide families towards lasting greatness. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Akirungo Akinola.
Thank you. I think this is the best time for you to take a sip of the water. I'm going to clap yourself, please do that. So I want to thank everybody for being here today. My topic is parents, where are you? That is a simple assignment I want to give us before I delve into this. That will set the tone and the tenor of how the session is going to go. So I have a question for teachers and parents. And the question is simple. You have a young daughter. She's 17. And she reveals to you, because the daughter is emotionally intelligent, having gone through the tutelage and the class of Dr. Ruda Odigo. The girl knew that she didn't need to hide anything from her dad or the parents. And you are the dad, you are the mother here sitting. She walks up to you that, Mom, Dad, there is a guy on our street, or there is a guy in my class there's a guy somewhere. I love the guy, and I would like to date. As a matter of fact, I'm sorry, I should have told you earlier, we are actually in a relationship. The girl is 17, going to 18. What would your response be as a dad, and or as a mother, or as a teacher? Who is going to answer us? Okay.
My name is Odile Angela. I will answer as a parent. First, I will ask my daughter, 17. Are you not too young for this? That is the first thing I will ask her. And then I will try.
Sorry, but who agrees that 17-year-old girl is young to have a boyfriend or too young? Do we agree? Yes, right?
Okay, so if from her reaction, like you said, she's already in a relationship, then of course, I now come in as a Christian. I begin to preach the word of God to her. That is how I will go.
I need a father.
Hello, my name is Comrade Mohammed Brema, the state coordinator of Nakomi Wedo State chapter. I, as a parent, my response will be that firstly, that child needs counseling, and the counseling will begin this way. Do you understand what you're about to do? I'll ask the question. Or do you understand what you're into? I will ask whatever the response she gives me will determine the next step of action. I will discourage her not to continue, but I will give her counseling. I will make her herself decide to stop the action and about to go in. Thank you.
This place is very, very electrifying.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mrs. Teju, baby love. Please, the first thing I will do as a mother, I will first, as an African woman, I'll be shocked. I'll say, really? Please, when did you start this? If she says yes, then you tell me when. I'll say, okay, how far have you gone? Then I'll say, please, can you invite this guy home? I must ask that question. Please, can you invite this guy home? If you can tell me, you can invite him home. That is what I will say. Then when they come, both of them, then I will say, when? How did it start? How far have you gone? Then I will not cancel both of them. No, you are too young for this. Why don't you start to study like friends, not into a relationship now? Because as an African person, you will touch me as a mother than at 17 you are entering into a relationship. No, not possible.
Thank you. We are good. So, let me say this. Are we aware that most of our mothers, they got married at age 15? Yeah? Our daddy's mother came back at age 16. Yes. Okay. So, that is not where we are going. I just want us to hold that in the left hand so that we eat with it, right? All right. Now, I asked this question because when we're going through when I was doing the certification for the Gen Z, so our facilitator, the lead facilitator, Dr. Tim Elmore of Growing Leaders Atlanta, asked that question, and 80% of us failed on how to answer that because we did not respond to the root of the matter. There is something that our children always look out for before they yield to any outsider. If we are not giving our children compelling and interesting experience at home, they are likely going to give in to who is giving them compelling and interesting experience, right? So, he now narrated a case, though it happened in the US, but we can still domesticate so that we won't say, no, it's US. Now what happened? That the 17-year-old girl started dating a guy. And the dad said, this relationship had to stop because the guy does not have matching values that are corresponding to what is obtainable in their home. But they have their family system governing them, codified into constitution. So the man asked, now you have all this, does this guy have all this? The guy doesn't have. So this relationship had to stop. And the girl insisted, no, Dad, I'm not going to allow that. Blah, blah, blah. The man was disturbed. So the man now went to a friend. A friend now advised that, have you ever noticed there is a missing link? What is making your daughter to look at you in the face and say no? There is more than it. It means it's possible that the guy is giving her compelling and interesting experiences that the home is not giving. So, okay, we are coming. It's beyond shouting or beating. How old are you? What do you know about love? Like African magic. He said, the father said, what do you know about love at your age? What you're supposed to be reading, right? So what happened? The man had thought over something. And what was that? The man felt that it's retiring, that it's something he should give to society. So he launched an orphanage. And he now spoke to the mother, his wife, and his 3 children, that they have a part to play in this. And the girl in question also subscribed to the agenda, and she even led the online donation. She spoke to her friends that, please, my dad is doing something. So from there, they moved from one location to the other, and they covered about 27 states in the United States of America, preaching that humanity, visiting homes. The second year, and that time, the man did not go into that question again. The second year, in the night, the lady knocked the father's room. The father was even sleeping. Knocked the father's room down. Dad, there's something I want to discuss with you. I think I have broken up with the boy. The father asked why. The lady said several times she had invited him to join them in the crusade, quote and unquote, that he should go. And the guy said no, that he doesn't believe in that. He believes that everything he has for himself and for himself alone. Why? Because his own dad never did anything in that area, that he doesn't see any need to go into that. From that moment, the girl lost interest, that this is something that my dad had given unto us. That the dad said, Even when it's gone, the children must continue to run that foundation. The names of the children were already registered as part of the Board of Trustees, right? Without shouting, without further preaching, without opening any Bible passage to support why the girl was discontinued with that relationship, willingly, the guy cried that, Dad, I'm sorry, I should have listened to you that time. What happened? The girl witnessed compelling and interesting experience with her dad. So she was able to make a decision. Now let me give us this. The children we are raising now, they are epic generation. EPIC. And I'm going to break that into 4 behavioral steps. E stands for experiential. The children we are giving birth to, they are not generation next. Some of us in this hall are generation next. The children giving birth to from 1966 to 1979 or 80. Then 81 to 98, millennium. Then 98 to 2015. So, the way we were raised is different. Children that we are raising now, they need experiential learning. What has my dad done so compelling and interesting for me enough to obey him? What has my mother done so compelling and interesting enough for me to latch onto values she wants me to grow with? So we must do it first. Then P, participatory. They want to participate in how we want to raise them. They want to participate. And participatory works better in culture of discipline. Many of us parents don't have culture of discipline. We only use discipline as an intervention. Immediately something happens, what can I do to curtail this? Oh yeah, you, come. You must not do this thing again. You must not be said, no, it's because we use discipline as an intervention. We don't use it as a culture. When we use it as a culture, everybody in the home is bound to obey the culture of the home. When fathers get drunk, who does the beating? When father gets drunk, comes to the house, and all do like, what is that? What are you doing? When fathers when they break the plate, who disciplines? When fathers pull up the shoes in the sitting room, who disciplines? Why does it have to be? The discipline is only focused on the children. When fathers have side chick, when mothers have side calls, who discipline? Right? So, but when discipline is made as a culture in the house, in the home, everybody obeys the rule of the home. So now, in that being participatory, the children have right to ask, okay, ma, I know you said we shouldn't do this, but what in a case whereby you do it, or daddy does it? What is going to happen? What happens? Please, I want to beg us, don't let us get angry. You know what? The vicious circle continues if we shut them down, because the children are likely not going to want to ask me that question again. But they don't want us to be there. But guess what? When they grow up, they too will do the same way to their children, because when they ask that question, we didn't allow them to participate in what pertains to them. They are image driven. You can store 1 million words in one image. let us talk less. Let us talk less when we are passing instruction to them. The attention lifespan they have is less than 1 minute. The thing keeps decreasing. But even some of us parents, when somebody sends a message to us, like a video, once that video passes like 2 minutes, we lose interest. We try to fast track. So what happens to you at the end? Then what is the end of the movie? Right? So let us imbibe the idea, and that's why we have this. We're empowering ourselves. Let us imbibe the ideas of using images. And let me tell you something I'm working on. Africa is rich in images. All our proverbs, Benin has proverbs. East have their own. Yoruba, we have our own. So all those proverbs, let us carve images around them. Just get one image, put it there, and just get like a few sentences. You put it, you point it to them, you let them know this represents this, especially all these stories of tortoise. All those things, we can store it there. So once they see it, they know this, instead of us saying it every morning, that this, they learn in images. See, the last one. They are very, very connected generation. And still, they are not connecting with us as parents. Who are they connecting with? They're connecting with their friends on devices. AI, all those. So please, let us have it at the back of our mind that when we are teaching them, we are teaching epic generation, experiential. Parents have to do it first. Teachers have to do it first. Image-driven, participatory, image-driven, and connected. So let's work clap for ourselves. So don't forget, what will make them to want to listen to us is when we are giving them better stuff inside our home. Then they will be looking for that images outside. Somebody asked a question, and I don't want to ask that question, so I don't want to put us on the spot. I was in a gathering, and a lady asked a question that, how many of us men here want to pray that God give my daughter a man like me? I'm not asking us, but I'm equally asking. But you don't need to raise up your hand, just know with your heart. As I am, yes, I pray my daughter has a husband like me, the same way I am to her mother. May the Lord bless us. So, parents, where are you? That is the question. Even if we end this session now, we know what we are talking about. So, parents, where are you when our children want to decide who to marry? Parents, where are you when our children find themselves in a situation whereby they don't have internet to make a phone call? Dad, I'm in trouble. What am I going to do? Mom, I have challenges. I don't know what to do. Then the question will not be, have we imbibed or raised them with moral values strong enough for them to dig themselves out of their troubles? The resilience is almost zero. We have generations that are technologically advanced, but emotionally deranged. Small thing, little thing, I am depressed. And again, that word depression has been overused, overstretched by them. Then unfortunately, us as parents, we are not even paying attention to it. Next slide. Next. Hello. You have okay. Next. So children navigate a world saturated with unseen influences. They are growing up in a society full of constant distractions and complex opportunities that demand guidance and wisdom. Parents, with due respect, we are working hard. 5 to 10, 4 a.m. to 11 p.m. In my office in Lagos, we just got a new guy. One of the drivers is driving my partner. This guy stays in Ikorodu. Our office is in Magodo. And there was a day I met this guy in the office around 8 a.m. No, 7:30, 7 a.m., sorry. And I asked, when did you leave the house? The guy said, 3 a.m. Why? He said, if you had left anything after 3 a.m., there's no way you would have met up. And I said, well, later, let us talk. And I called the HR, please, advise this guy, if anything happens to him around that period, we are not going to be held responsible. At least leave your home by 5 a.m. The guy now came to meet me that, well, okay, what am I going to do? And I asked the guy, please find somewhere to be sleeping. Then you'll be going home on weekends because of the security. So that is just his own case. A lot of us fathers, we go through all those challenges, right? So it is possible we are tired when they ask questions, but we have a competitor competing with our parenting. Who knows that competitor? AI. AI is never tired. Siri is always available. There was a time my son he didn't know where he kept his phone. Siri, where are you? Please show up. I'm looking for and then here I am. That day I felt sad. Why didn't he ask me that, Daddy, do you ever see my phone? I was useless in it. We stayed together. I didn't go to work that day. We were like this. I had my own phone. He wanted to confirm something to send to me. He couldn't find it. He couldn't find the phone. Instead for him to ask me, he was just asking Siri. I said, I'm that useless. Why didn't you ask me? He said, Daddy, leave me. Siri will give me faster. As a matter of fact, it is true. So to me, every moment is a teaching moment for us. When they like us, teaching moment. When they disregard, when they disobey, it's a teaching moment. From there, I just got my handbag. I hope you are not facing this thing that we are fast losing this guy. See what he's doing. So from there, I intensified my compelling and interesting experience. I want to influence him by who I am, not by being a father figure. Because there was a time he asked me, Daddy, apart from paying this, doing this, what makes you a father? There was a time he asked me again, okay, Bible said it, men are the head, husband is the head. I said, I don't agree with that. I asked, why don't you agree? He said, does he mean the children we're raising? He said, does it mean when there is a husband who is not wise, who is not intelligent, who is just there, does it not mean the wife who is intelligent, upwardly moving woman will subject to that man? I told the boy, I said, don't worry, I will come back. What I could have told him immediately is to say, that is what the Bible says, right? I didn't do that because if I said that, I am confusing him the more, not to believe the Bible again. The next thing will not be, doesn't that mean God just forced everything on us? God doesn't want us to think at all. So that is why men in the house, we have to do something extra. We have to do something extra for these children to believe us. So, a lot of things that we do that take our time, but let us create time for them. Like I shared in Owerri, it doesn't cost us 24 hours to stay with our children. It just be maybe like 30 minutes, 15 minutes, but give them interesting and compelling explain that they will say, wow, this is my dad. This is my dad. I am big on legacy. I want a situation whereby 100 years when I would have gone, my great-grandchildren will point to my picture. There lived a great man. That's my grandfather. He was a great man. The same way a generation of Israel will say today, Abraham is our father. Please, if we are still telling our children that Abraham is their forefather, we are lying. Abraham is not our father. Faithfully, he is. Let us tell our children who their forefathers were. If we cannot get the picture, let us try to do something from our own, such that the generations coming behind us, they will not fail. When I open my Bible in the book of Psalm 42 or 44, thereabout, the children of Israel, they were saying, our forefathers told us. They were reminding God that we knew how you did this during the days of our forefathers. That you claimed this for them. How did they know? Because there was what? There was a history. Because they knew that their forefathers did something interesting, compelling experiences, and they don't want to lose that. That is what we need to give our children, such that whether we spend 5 minutes with them, it will be memorable. Next. The outdated standard of the isolated provider. Historically, parenting has been viewed as a private matter. Right? What we are doing today, we are creating, we are generating, we are institutionalizing a new community parenting. The outdated standard of the isolated provider is long gone. Even the white Europeans, they are buying that proverb. They are buying into that proverb that it takes a village to raise a child. Hillary Clinton wrote a book that it takes a village to raise a child. And the woman acknowledged that she borrowed that proverb from Africa. So when I was sharing the other time that our children are image-driven generation, and I made mention of proverbs, how many of us know about 50, minimum 50 proverbs, African proverbs, that we have raised our children with? Do you know why? If we don't start early, I will begin to tell them at age 18, they will tell you that daddy, you are lying. How can tortoise do this? It's a lie. Do you know why they will say it's a lie? Because our own forefather did not document it so that we can give it to them. Islam and Christianity are fast growing religions in the world because of what? Because there are only books passed down from generations to generations. Deuteronomy chapter 6, God instructed Moses, as I'm giving you this instruction, pass it to the next generation so that they will not depart from it. Do we have anything to hand over to our children? As we're giving them Bible, and as we're giving them Holy Quran, we're giving them every other thing. Do we have something they will remember that when we are gone, they will just go back to it that I remember my forefather handed this thing to my dad. Let me open it. Do we have it? So we are creating a community of parenting whereby everybody's child is everybody's responsibility. Do you know why it is difficult now for him to discipline my children when they do anything wrong? Because I don't know the makeup of the content it's using to discipline my children. It's possible it's using outdated content, outdated culture. I am big on culture, I love customs. But guess what? Those people who handed over this custom, the culture onto us, the content of the cultures are not without biases, preferences, and other things of those people who handed it over to us. I don't want to be mentioning some of these examples because that may really offend some of our sensibilities because of this community that we are. But there are some cultures that should have gone bye-bye because those cultures are oppressing. They are disempowering cultures that will not help our children. A culture that does not permit children to ask questions. I mean, should they, how do lawyers say it, should be thrown out as a travesty of justice. And that is one of the reasons we need to teach our children social and emotional learning, emotional intelligence, that there is a difference between being assertive and being aggressive. Children can look their parents in the face respectively and ask honest questions. And they would also look their parents in the eye aggressively that depicts disrespect. So we teach them, you can ask me questions, be assertive, but don't be aggressive, don't be rude. So that is how we can just flip the culture. Again, not that you're not supposed to ask a question, you're not supposed to look at your parents in the face. That was what they taught us, which was good then. But when you tell your children now not to look at you in the face, they won't look at you in the face because they don't want you to beat them. But that may be the last time they want to ask you any question. But we're raising a community such that we're teaching ourselves the same content. So if my son sees his his daughter, sometimes in the next 10 years, and he likes the daughter and comes back home, Daddy, sorry, what's your name, sir? I forgot. What? Mr. Uche. Mr. Rocky, yes. And the next question I will ask, who is the father? Who are the parents of this girl that you want to marry? Maybe we stop that, we shouldn't stop. We should continue to ask, who are your parents? CSD said something 2 days ago that imagine I spent millions to build myself. Day and night, I infused values in my daughter, in my son. And somewhere, some years later, somebody somewhere will now come. And you expect me now to ask about the background. Now lie. So when I ask, and my son tells me that they are from so place, the father's name is so. Do you have the name of what's the name will not ring a bell? Do you have the picture of the father? Let me see. And he shows me his picture. I will gladly say, oh, definitely, she must have drank from the values of her dad, because 20 years ago, 15 years ago, me and her dad were together in a conference where I even led a topic. Parents, where are you? The same thing will be said as many of us. And that is why after now, we don't want this session to just end like this. This is an event. It should just be like a one-off. Let us continue to adopt the processes every day. Let us collect our numbers. You never can tell. The person you ignore today may be your future in-law. So that will reduce your background check. Right? The result is a generation of overwhelmed caregivers. We are overwhelmed. We are overwhelmed. We can't do it alone. As I am, I've already contacted one of us that I'm handing my son on to you to help him mentor. Because it is possible that the boy has seen me finish. Waiting that he won't talk again. That he has never talked. Waiting. He has seen me in boxers. He don't see me finish. So that barrier may be there. That what is it again? And that's why I introduced my children to YouTube of my colleagues. Maybe what me I'm saying, you may not want to listen. Please go and listen to them. We are overwhelmed. I have to admit, we are overwhelmed. Early this morning around 4 a.m., by 3:30 a.m., I'd woken up. I've not spoken with my son, in the last 14 hours. I just felt I've not spoken with this guy, and I called around that time. The next thing he said, Daddy, why are you disturbing me? I'm sleeping. I said, I know you are asleep. I just want to hear your voice. That's all. I have made a mark. I just want to hear your voice. That will do something to him. Next. Parenting is no longer a private matter. It is a communal responsibility. Raising a child today requires stepping out of isolation and becoming an integral member of a nurturing community. One of the reasons why this event was put up is for us to save the next generation. It is called Train the Trainers, especially Generation Next trainers, Generation Next parents. This is a community, meaning that what we have learned here would create mirror effect, will create a butterfly effect in the life of the society. We were in Lagos for a program, training the leaders. And I told those children, the average is 8, the average is 16 or 17. And I told them that 40 years ago, when we were like you, we didn't have this opportunity. Nobody was training us for everything. I said, so because of you, in the next 10, 20 years, Nigeria of 20 years will be better than Nigeria of today because your mind is being empowered. The same way, the Nigeria of 2040 will be different from Nigeria of today because of the community of parenting we are raising now. We know that it is no longer the way it used to be, shouting on the children before they obey. And I have to be vulnerable. I still shout. I won't lie. You know why? Because a culture that I was raised with, a culture that I lived with for almost 35 years, will not just go in 10 years or 1 year. And that is why the Bible says, apologies to non-Christians, that we should renew our mind daily. The same way, everything that we have learned here, don't let it die here. It is an event. Let us create a momentum by going through the processes every day. I heard this, write it down. If you don't have any question to ask now, maybe when you are reviewing it, you have some questions, go to our website, go to the social media handle, send all your questions to that. Some people will respond to you. And that is how to create a community. We cannot do it alone. If white men could not do it alone, we cannot do it alone. A lot of times that we misyan, permit me to use that word. What is that? They say that the children that are raised in the US or in Western countries, their sport It is a lie. It is a lie. You know why? Because we make intentional parenting an intervention, not as a culture. That is why when a family that jump to the US or to the UK, that is why some of them are finding it difficult to adapt with the system. Here, before they went, you could shout at your children, you could smack them, you could do whatever you like, but you are in a society where you cannot. How do you raise your children? The children that you have nurtured with bullying, but because it is in Africa here, you know, the system permits it, quote and unquote, and you think that the system over there will permit it, you are lying. It is people like that, they will now say, no, don't bring your children, no, the children over there, their sport. It's because you are not paying attention to your children. I'm still referring to that. If Hillary Clinton could believe in community parenting, a white man, they believe in isolation. They believe they could do whatever they want to do alone. But the woman is just saying, no, community parenting is the future and it is the now. Before that woman got married, she and her husband, Bill Clinton, agreed that we were just going to have only one child. Every other energy, they will use it to raise other children. And she came up with a phrase I will remember. The woman said, no child, no family, no society is insusceptible or immune from the larger influence of the society. Do we understand that if one child is bad today, the ripple effect of that one child could meet up with 1 million families? So, a child at a time. Next, step on to the front lines of mentorship. Caregivers must actively provide moral guidance and skill building, shifting from passive observers to intentional leaders. We must not be passive observers. Don't look, be intentional. When you don't know, when they exhibit any attitude or character that is way beyond what you have imbibed in them, cry out. Reach out to professionals. Parenting is not natural. The process of parenting is natural, but parenting itself is not natural. Let me bring back to the word of God again, Bible again. In Deuteronomy chapter 3, and I'm sure it's in the Quran also. When God told Moses to take over mountains, one of the mountains is family and parenting. We have business and economy, we have entertainment, we have media. How come the only mountain that we have seen finish is parenting and family? We don't want to learn. Before anybody could become a lawyer, Apple spent about 5 or 6 years in the university. Do you just graduate from there and just put it there that you want to be practicing? They will arrest you. It's a criminal offense. You spend 1 year or 2 years in law school. You have to be certified okay. Even as a doctor, Apple spent 7 years. You have to do house master, or what do they call it? Housemanship before you become. But you know, once we are 25, they begin to ginger us. Bro, what's happening now? What's happening now? Thank you, bros. Wait. What's happening now? Nobody wants to tell us that we need knowledge to work parenting. 2 years before Hillary Clinton and her husband got married, in that book, I read it there. They went for a series of training. They went for a parenting class. The Oyinbo that we abuse, and they don't train their children, no. Everybody No school will register the children if the children don't come back with a certificate that their parents ever attended a parenting class. We need training. Gone were the days that they will tell us that no school for parenting. Like I was sharing with somebody, the man asked me, which fatherhood school did your father go? I said, my father didn't go to any fatherhood school, and that is why it is my responsibility to leave a lasting legacy that my dad didn't leave with me, with my own children. Next. So we have three, a state framework for transformative impact. To empower leaders and parents, we must reframe parenting as a strategic skill-based role built on three foundational pillars. What are they? Next. The first one is master the responsibility. We have a huge work. If parenting has not worked, other spheres of influence will not work. Politics and governance will not work. If we cannot vouch for our leaders to say, oh, if the son of so clan, and I know everybody that comes out from that clan are always or is always responsible. I don't want us to go into that detail. That let us mention one of our leaders, not politics alone, across spheres, in business, in entertainment, in any way. How many of us can say that I know this particular person comes from so lineage, and we know of their lineage. This is what they are known for. If we don't have them, now is the time for us to establish that legacy. So that I will know that when I hear in the next 10 years, Rhoda Odibo, and I will say, oh, I know that family represents a generation or a legacy of social and emotional learning. That is how it should be. Next, engage the community. We cannot overemphasize this. I love community. We need to upgrade, to upscale how the community were being done back in the day. They will call us around 5 p.m., 6 p.m. They be giving us parables. Parables still work till today. That's why I shared the experience about that Proverbs. Let us go and learn it. I get a lot of stops from Proverbs. A lot of insights about fatherhood. A lot of insights I get there. When I was preparing for that book, Pathway to Fatherhood, I went to visit about 10 national leaders, nationalists. Professor Bola Jakiyemi, Professor Wole Soyinka, Baba Yemi Elebibo, this Ifa priest. I'm a Christian. I don't need to be initiated into Ifa priest before I could get knowledge. Those were the fathers who invested in how we can embrace our traditions and culture to bring out the best from our children. Let us engage the community. Raising well-rounded children requires active collaboration with schools. Please, if you're a parent here, stop fighting school leaders. Please. When a teacher beats our children, you may not like the fact they beat the children because you don't beat your children. You have a system that used to control, to influence your children to do what they will not ordinarily do. Seek audience with the school authority. And if you know you cannot bear it, withdraw your children from the schools where they beat and take the child to another school where they do not beat. But they have strong discipline structure. It is not enough to go and when you beat, what have you told the boy or the girl? Violence. And community leaders. The modern village is built by choice, not by force. Next. The third one, prepare for today's demand. What is that today's demand? Equip children with life skills, emotional intelligence, and the adaptable mindset necessary to thrive in an unpredictable world. Our world daily is unpredictable. When we were coming from Owerri yesterday, I did not explain though, even though I love the girls still. I saw the girl, a young girl, like 12-year-old. You know, she was hawking bitter cola. And I saw the excitement, the ecstasy, the energy with which this guy was running. Please send me back. I bought 2 wraps. But unfortunately, what was packed in that bitter cola, you know, it's not just running about. They have about 80% of the content of bitter cola was bought. And I was like, who is the mother of this girl? Again, it's possible the mother did not know. Because I know I'm partly a farmer. I do farming. I know when they are harvesting that bitter cola, it's not all of them that will come out fine. Some will go. So it is possible that girl just rushed to the place where those ones that are being wasted, she felt, oh, I could package this together and sell it. So that is how I reframe that thing that happened. I didn't just flood it that, oh, this girl is bad. No. I just reframe it that it's possible. So that is a skill. We've heard the story. CSP, if time permits, she will share it with us. The story of a 13-year-old girl being prostitute, 14-year-old, all those people. But here is a girl who chose to be productive by selling stuff. So the only prayer I prayed in the night, when I woke up, I stood there in my room now, we will sit there. I just prayed this girl, I pray that you meet a good person that will direct this your skill. So we need to equip ourselves with all those things that will make us thrive in the world that is changing fast. Please, after now, don't go without collecting phone number of at least one person, so that together we can create a community that is ready to raise the generation of children that we are raising today. Thank you for your time.
Please, let's give him a big hand. I mean, shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. Now let's give him our traditional salute. 1, 2, go. 4, 5, 6. Thank you. And that's all for you. He said some very hard truths, right? You know, if you're a parent, you'd be wondering, trying to take those things in. And thank you so much, sir. God bless you. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, are you learning something? Are you learning something? And right about now, we'll be having someone special come up to the microphone. But I want to recognize the presence of CSP Temi Agbedezo Okumo. Give her a big hand. She's the Divisional Police Officer of Borikoko Police Station in Efron, Delta State. Thank you so much, Ma. She's also one of our speakers, so you'd hear from her in a bit. Also, we have here in our midst a lot of names given to me, so let me just recognize Women Impact Network Box Challenge Initiative, Mrs. Monica Akibe. Are you here, Mrs. Monica Akibe? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Also, we have in our midst Comrade Mohammed Barma, Edo State Coordinator, Muslim Youth Organization, Edo State Chapter. Are they here? Oh, thank you so much. Muslim Youth Coordinator, thank you. Thank you for coming. Also, the Special Assistant to the Edo State Speaker, Dr. George Akideno. Where are you? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for coming. And right now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to make welcome to the microphone the one who's got the vision, the one who got us, placed in our heart this large vision to take the Train the Trainer Summit all across Nigeria. She could have just done it in Delta and it's fine, it would have been okay. She could have just done it in her state and it would have been okay. But look where we are now. We've been to Delta, Oka, in Anambra, we've been to Ebonyi State, we've been to Enugu State, we've been to Port Harcourt in Rivers State, we've been to Kwara, Ilorin, we've been to Uyo, we are live right now in Bayelsa State, we are in Edo State. You're not clapping, come on. I call her a woman that has a coat of many colors. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation, let us make welcome the convener and our founder, Mrs. Augusta Olachi Edom. Please give us a citation. Edom is a distinguished business strategist, dynamic leader with I'm not clapping loud enough. In this banking sector, known for expertise, business sourcing, client relationship, management, and strategic leadership. She currently serves as regional bank head in one of Nigeria's top-tier banks. She holds degrees in communication arts and public relations with executive training from the Lagos Business School and other prestigious institutions. Her professional affiliations include NIPR, NINN, CIPN, and ISNN. Beyond banking, Augusta is the founder of the Duke's Infant and Child Foundation, Shopper Home, My Errand Gurus, and Ostola LLC USA, and co-founder of My DigiPay and the Tonola Empowerment Initiative. She is also the convener of the Train the Trainer Summit, a national movement empowering educators, parents, and community leaders to raise confident, value-driven children and future-ready leaders. Her vision is to inspire policy reforms that redefine childhood education and leadership development across Nigeria and Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let us make welcome Mrs. Augusta Olachi Edom, FSN, the convener, Train the Trainer Summit, founder, the Duke Infant and Child Foundation.
Good afternoon, Edo State. Good afternoon, Benin City. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. The representative of the wife of Edo State Governor, Mrs. Amin Ajayi, tell Her Excellency we're grateful. Distinguished parents, do we have royal fathers? Okay, I'm standing on existing protocol, my Lord, spiritual, temporal, everyone around. Thank you for coming. We are standing here today because you felt that our children deserve more attention. You felt a lot of things we are seeing out there. We don't want to be pointing fingers anymore. We don't want to be saying children of nowadays. You have chosen to be intentional. So, dear parents, teachers, educators, school owners, community leaders, nation builders, guardians, everyone here, I appreciate you. At this very moment, as we gather in Edo, something powerful is happening simultaneously in Bayelsa State. At this same hour, people just like you are gathered there. Parents, teachers, all of us. We have people just like you. We are all gathered across two states this moment for our next generation. To secure the future of our children and the destiny of our nation, Nigeria. This tells us something profound. What we are part of today is not just a meeting, it is a movement. Do you agree with me? Yes. A nation does not rise or fall first in government houses. It rises or falls in homes before they get there. A nation rises and falls in classrooms and in the hearts of every adult who shape or who is responsible for shaping the destiny and the future of those children. The future of Nigeria is not waiting somewhere ahead of us. It is already sitting in our living rooms, in our bedrooms, in our schools, and in our communities. Let's wake up. That is why this summit matters. You are not just here to listen. You are here to receive, to engage, and to carry something powerful back with you. Carry it into your homes, carry it into your classrooms, carry it into your schools and communities. Because when one parent becomes more intentional, when one teacher becomes more conscious, when one school becomes more value-driven, a child's destiny changes. And when one child's destiny changes, it has ripple effects. And when enough destinies change, a nation changes. It's as simple as a simple mathematics. So today, I challenge you all, lean in, engage deeply, question boldly, and absorb everything you can. Do not leave this room the same way you came, just like Akinrapo mentioned. So let what begins here today multiply through you. It is called Train the Trainer Summit. Let it not end with you. Let it multiply through you into hundreds of children, thousands of homes, and generations yet unborn. Because together across Edo, Bayelsa, Delta, Imo, Anambra, Enugu, Ebonyi, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Rivers, we are not just raising children, we are raising the future. And the future is already here. So, please, I want to appreciate you all for coming. I want you to engage boldly. If you have questions we are not able to answer here, chat us in our WhatsApp channels. Be sure we are connected with a lot of intentional coaches. If we cannot answer you directly, we'll reach out to them. We'll respond to you within 24 hours. Thank you so much, Edo State. Thank you.
Wow. Please can we give our convener another thunderous round of applause? Is that how thunder sounds in Edo State? You know, I know you very well. I schooled in Uniben, so this is my home. I stayed 7, 8 years in Benin that year. So, more clap again for Madam. And this time around, clap for me. Thank you. So, we're going to be moving with so much speed now, since we've heard from the convener. And we have about 2-3 more speakers to go. And they will be worth your time. All right? And we discovered that you have questions. How many of you have written down your questions? You have your questions written down. Beautiful. Now, take a look at the screen. Before I bring up the next speaker, take a look at the screen. We have all our response channels on social media. Facebook, Instagram, X, and WhatsApp. All right? And we want you to bring out your smartphones and do the needful. Follow us on Facebook, follow us on Instagram, follow us on X, and save that WhatsApp channel, that WhatsApp number. Please do well to save it on your mobile phone. Those of you behind, I'm sure you may have a difficulty seeing the number because it's the last information on the screen. So I may call it out for you. Pay attention, I'll call it twice. 0811 889 9848. I take the number again, 0811 889 9848. That's our WhatsApp channel. So we want you to do us a favor. Send a message to that number right now. Like, right now. I mean, we've been shining the lights all the while, right? Let's shine the light again. Shine the light. That's not good enough for Nigeria, but let's do it again. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. And Edo State, shine the light. It's only coming from this side of the hall. I don't know why this side of the hall you're not giving me what we want, but certainly I'm sure your stomach is calling for something. Right? Okay, it's coming. I can see that some stainless steel dishes are coming from behind, so it will get to you shortly. All right, so we have our next speaker. I don't know if she's ready for us. Barrister Osahan, the director of NOA and his team. We sincerely appreciate you. Where are you, sir? Are you here? Where are you? Oh, that's Dom. Thank you so much, sir. You gave us a very warm welcome speech earlier in the day. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you. Thank you. So how many of you have saved that number on WhatsApp? Let me see your hand. We need to get feedback, direct feedback. And the reason we're asking you to reach out to us on social media is because we need to get back to you. You heard the convener say something about getting back to you. Somebody said, how are you going to get our slides? These are the means in which we can get back to you. All right, so save the number and get ready to interact with us on the go. So the next speaker, okay, I have another one here. The president of Artisans Development and Networking Organization, Edo State Chapter, Comrade Engineer Ogiagbe. Thank you so much for being here. There's so many of them. We'll take all of them as we progress with the event. Multimedia, the next speaker.
Benin is a dedicated children's education activist, life coach, and social innovator with a profound commitment to international development and human capacity building. As the founder of the educational project Beyond the Classroom, she works extensively with schools to provide holistic education that addresses the emotional and psychological well-being of students alongside academic excellence. A certified practitioner in neuro-linguistic programming and cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT. Esoe specializes in identity change and mind re-engineering. She is the visionary behind the Fulfilled Woman Network, a mentorship platform for young women, and the Benin Renaissance, an annual conference focused on youth capacity building and mind reset. Through her various academics and coaching programs, she empowers individuals to achieve self-discovery and mastery. At the Trade Summit, Esohe brings her deep expertise in behavioral systems, design, and social innovation to help educators nurture a generation that is not only academically sound, but emotionally resilient and purpose-driven. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Esohe Loso Iden.
Okay, so thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. How are we all doing? I'm sure it's been an exciting time so far, yeah? Yes? So, my name is Esoe Esther Ide. I am a full-bred Benin girl. Edo Pataki. So, I did my ground, Abi. So, I'm so excited for this event because rarely do we have events that focus on just the child. And not just the child in terms of academics, which is what we get to do a whole lot. Because for us as parents, we measure the intelligence of our child only by their performance academically. So I remember while I was growing up, they'll give us our results then, and then I'll go home. Sometimes I was always between first and third. So the day I would get first, my father would carry my result and check. You got 90, 80, all A's. Oh, he will now ask me, where's the remaining 20? Where's the remaining 10? Who you give? The person, do you understand? So most times that's all we are concerned about when it comes to raising children. So having a program like this that is not necessarily focused on the academic part of a child, but also looking out for their emotional and psychological well-being is something we should applaud. So please, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together again for the convener of the event. So yes, by the time we were playing the profile just now, I was wondering if I was the one or it was someone else. This topic, confronting and stopping the cycle of abuse and trauma, breaking the silence, healing the wound, securing the next generation, is beyond the topic for me. It's something that's very personal that I can relate to. Sometime in I think between 2018 and 2016, 2018, 2019, I was doing a program for school tagged Beyond the Classroom, where everything we're focused on was basically on the psychological and emotional well-being of the children. We got a bit of resistance from schools at that time, but a few schools that allowed us. During the sessions, we had some shocking revelations. We had issues where some of the people I went with, my team of coaches, who are also trained in cognitive behavioral therapy, there was a particular school we went to at Upper Sokomba. They all broke down. They couldn't even take counseling. In that school was the first school they told. So usually I'll do it for secondary school. I'll have that conversation for secondary school. And I think one or two schools insisted that we do it for their primary school. But this school insisted that we do it for their KG, kindergarten. I wasn't prepared for that. So when I got there, I had to look in and realize that, oh, those of them who were child experts in the team needed to start. Ladies and gentlemen, to shock you what we unveiled. In that school, all the children in KG down to primary 1 have all been abused. Yes. It was really heartbreaking for us. If I mention the area, you say Nassau, but that was Upper Sakomba. I mean, no, so don't, I don't want us to begin to look the area. We had the same revelation, we had the same thing when we had with some schools here just around GRA. I'll tell you a particular story that was so personal to me for a young girl in one of the private schools, but as I go into my topic, I'll talk about that. Why did I have to bring up? In fact, one of the children in that class, primary 1, was being abused by a brother who is in primary 3. So he was abusing her sexually and abusing her younger sister. Now, this gives us an idea of the kind of children you deal with in your classroom every day that you are not aware of. That sometimes you as child handlers, so I'm going to be talking to everybody in this hall as child handlers. So whether parents, children, counselors, we all handle children. And for us, we intend that these children are what? The next generation. Somebody said while I came in that the next generation is not tomorrow. They're already sitting with you in your sitting room. But let's take it a step further. They are with you in your classrooms every day. They are with you in your churches, in your children's session every day. The question is, what do you really know about them? And how are you able to create an environment that ensures that they grow all together as an wholesome person? Not just one child who comes home the best in athletics, the best in school, like go represent those states somewhere. That's my child. But little do you realize that that child that you are healing is broken. And that if nothing is done about it, that's one child, the danger to the society. It is that serious. That's the children we want to raise every day, or the children we want to see, or the generation that we intend to see, that we envisage, is already right with us, but highly broken. So every time we want to get a functional society, the question I've always asked is very simple. Where do we and how can we get a functional society when over 50% of the generation or the numbers of that society are dysfunctional? How can that happen? It can't happen. Am I correct? It cannot happen. So confronting and stopping the cycle of abuse, it's important that we realize that first, there is abuse happening. Because, like it or not, it will shock you to know that some parents still don't assume that it's happening. One of those girls told me, I tell my mother, every time she's not at home, that our next door neighbor always watches me. My mother gives me and says I'm sports. That's the reality that these children are faced with every day. Yes, we are going to judgment. In the classroom, this one does not pay attention. This one does poison. You get all sorts of things. But the question is, beyond all of that, how do we stop this abuse? Is this something you think we can do? Can we do it? Are you sure? And yes, that's why you are here. So that you can learn to stop that cycle of abuse and trauma. But before we go ahead, I really want to ask us, what is abuse? Yes, we all know. Right? We all understand what abuse is. We understand the forms of abuse. We know that abuse can be both physical, can be verbal, can be what? Emotional. And all of them eventually will affect what? The person psychologically. And if a person is dysfunctional psychologically, they cannot do anything because the mind of a person is equal to the engine of a vehicle for a car. Now, yes, we all understand what abuse is, but the next thing is, what is trauma? What is trauma? We tend to say it a lot of time, right? Trauma. What exactly is trauma? How does trauma manifest? How does it show? How do I even know as a child handler that a child I'm dealing with is traumatized? What do I look out for? Now, psychologically, medically, I am always not one giving to an exact definition. I just like you when understand the concepts. When we talk about trauma, some say that it is a series of what? Events that the mind that the mind cannot process. Do we understand? So it's a series of events that has happened that the mind cannot process, that is trapped in the body and in turn affects the ability of that individual. And that's what trauma is. Many times than not, we tend to assume that trauma is always in the mind. Suffice it to let you know that trauma can be trapped in the body. And many times than not, it is usually trapped in the body. I may not have all the time to go into all the nitty-gritty of how all of this work because of the limited time we had here. Now that we've been able to understand what trauma is, the next question is, are we willing to confront it? Because confronting means that now you need to look inside and you need to stand up and say something. There's usually a cliche where they'll always say, please can we move to the next slide? There's usually a cliche where they'll always say, don't just look, right? See something, say something, right? See something, say something. So when it comes to confronting something, it takes a lot of strength to be able to confront an issue. Because this is not one of those times where you just see it. It means that you're willing to challenge this thing. Are we together? Sometimes, in challenging, the trauma, so I'll stay more with challenging the trauma or the abuse. You find that it awakens something in you, which now shows you that even you, there's something you're dealing with that you sometimes don't even want to admit. Do we follow? It's already a crisis. I mean, it's in your community. We've talked about this, and all of this circles of abuse, neglect, emotional wound, unresolved trauma. All of these things are what we want to look at because all of these things are what our kids are going through. Why is it very important that you understand all of this? It is because as the child is growing, whoever is on the slide, just listen to me and just know it to move to the next slide, please. So, as the child grows, you will get to understand that trauma at the childhood stage, at a tender stage, is very, very devastating to the child, to the individual. Right? It's very, very, devastating. Because it is at that phase where the brain of the child is still forming. So the different parts of the brain that interprets emotions, right? Store emotion, responsible for, a whole development of the child is affected. And this then does what? Affects everything about that child. Their academics, their relationship, how they deal with people. Sometimes you're very quick to say they are so stubborn. Gen Alpha, Gen Z, even the old millennials are being we're just quick to say they're very stubborn, but they are dealing with something. They're dealing with wounds. Majority of them, let me not categorize, are dealing with wounds that we cannot see. And many times, the attitude they show you is their cry for help that you do not realize. So even when they show you things that is a cry for help, you kill it, thereby perpetuating the trauma, thereby constantly and continuously wounding them. Of course, what is unaddressed becomes what's repeated, and what is normalized becomes what inherited. I want to look at how we expose these hidden circles. I've been talking about that actually. Some of the things that they go through and all of that. But one of the things that has made this really strong in our community is the culture of what? Silence. The culture of silence. I told you about the mother that will beat her child and say she's false. And I asked, in fact, most of those children that I eventually had a conversation with, the majority of them, over half of them told me, I told my mother, but my father is not aware. So I'm sorry if it feels like I'm going to be going a bit. Yes, I'm talking to everybody, male and female, but I'm sorry if it feels like at a point I'm going to be so hard on my own gender. Because when it comes to nurturing a child, there is a relationship between the child and the mother. A very strong relationship, except something went wrong. If nothing ever goes wrong, the relationship between a child and a mother is one that you cannot joke with. So you would see, even as an adult, even as old as I am, I want to say something to my son, I'll go tell mommy. Let mommy go tell her first. Then you can't call me. Do you understand? That does not mean that children don't have relationship with their father, so that the males does not think, hey, no. The girl child, if you want to now zoom in on the abuse, has a special relationship with her father. That if her father does not rise up to do anything, abuse continues for the girl child. We don't have all the time to reach down into all of this. Right? Of course, we've looked at all of this psychological. The next slide. So, the culture of silence is not only that of
where's the one you're talking about?
To let
Is
the
it the
person know, right? It's not only that of not wanting to say anything. No, it is also that of you not wanting to confront the devils you are dealing with. So it is not just only silence about the child that is being abused. It is also silence on your own part to your own self, because you would rather not touch that room. You would rather not stir that troubled water. Are we together? And then why do we have to deal with silence a whole lot of times? Reputation. Family secrets. A child tells the mother, your husband, my father, is touching me anyhow. He says, shut up. Let anybody know here. An abomination. It cannot be said in our family that such a thing happened. The culture of silence. The question is, like I always said, that most times, children will always be vulnerable with their mothers. Of course, that's if you create the enabling environment. So it's not just enough to say, because I be mama, it will always come. No, it doesn't happen that way. It's an intentional work. It takes a level of intentionality on your part as the parent to be able to create that room. I told you earlier that trauma is stored in the body, right? Before it begins to affect the mind. Now, some people get traumatized, it's stored in their body, and then it leads to mental illness, mental health conditions. And most of the common ones you will know, it's PTSD, right? A lot that would always have talked about. But do you also know that there are some persons who have been traumatic, who are going through trauma, but then it does not lead to mental illness? But you will see it in some kind of ways. You will see it even in physical illness. It will show. So some of the times you're complaining about chronic pain, headache, and nothing is happening. Sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, it is a pointer to trauma that has not been attended to. Sometimes, like I said, series of events that the mind does not want to do what?
process. So that's why most times you find out that in the therapy room, whilst there are different CBT tools, cognitive behavioral tools, that you can use when you're dealing with people in therapy, but one that always breaks it is when you're now having to do exposure therapy. That means you are taking the victim. I don't like to refer to them as victim. Actually, because of them who have opened up and are seeking for healing. I like to see them as survivors. I like to see them as victims. When you now take this person right into that trouble, that situation that you don't want to confront, the therapist takes you right into it. And that's usually one of the most vulnerable times for a therapist, because at that point you cannot sell the reaction of your patients. They could strangle you if you don't have help at that point in time. Of course, poor academic performance, drugs, prostitutions. All of these are ways that they tend to come up with that serve as what? Coping mechanism for them. You may now begin to wonder, so let me pinch down a bit to your students, your children, and even for those who probably don't have children yet, or you want to be a part of those that want to stop this circle. When we talk about circle, we're talking about something that's repeated, right? That's just happening and happening continuously, a pattern that eventually becomes a circle. There's such a thing called a vicious circle. But I just want to quickly also let you know that trauma can be inherited. Yes. How? Trauma can be inherited. And I had to quickly say this because I'm soon going to get into the place where you want to stop it. And then for some of us that will now say, "I never born," I need to quickly let you know. But then how does it affect the academic performance of a child? When the child is growing up, the brain has different aspects, and each of these parts of the brain has their own function. I'm going to zoom in on 3 of these aspects. We have the amygdala, we have the hippocampus, and then we have the prefrontal cortex, or cortex of the brain. Each of these parts of the brain have their function, have their role. Those days we used to believe that the brain, right, that once a person gets to a particular age, the brain is fully developed and there's nothing you can do about it. But further research has showed that there's such a thing called neuroplasticity, which means that the brain can unlearn, relearn, and create new pathways, regardless of the age of the individual. However, it is a lot easier for a child to be able to create new pathways, which is why we usually say in family systems practitioning that it is more easier to raise a functional child than to repair a broken adult. And we usually would always say that the problem of the world is an adult. The solution is a child. Which means that at every time we require that you are able to ensure that your childhood is preserved. And the childhood of those around you is preserved. Do we understand? Remind me, just in case I forget, how is it inherited, right? Of course, broken and strained relationship. Let me also let you know that this thing called trauma that we're looking at is the reason why a child with their eyes open will pick a partner that you can see is not the right person for her, but she would rather stay there. See, its effect is ripple. It's the reason why you have to do something about it, because it literally affects the society. It literally affects the generation. Even their choice of how they parent is from this trauma that was not healed. How they pick a partner, it is this trauma. The behaviors you see, their money habits, everything you can think about, it's tied somehow to this unhealed trauma that you have not looked at. Are we together? So how do we break it? How do we stop it? The next slide, please. Of course. The next slide. Can we read that together? The top one. 1, 2, 3, let's go. It means that even whether you're teaching them spirituality, whether you're teaching them academics, there has to be a space for emotional safety. You need to ensure that there is a space for emotional safety, right? Because we are not just looking for leaders now, we are looking forward to raising transformational leaders. And for us to be able to raise transformational leaders, we want to ensure that their hearts are with us, right? So you're wondering why you have people who don't have empathy. I don't know if you've ever observed, but it's now a big deal. Somebody is in a dire situation, he needs help. Content creator is doing content on top. This is not to throw jabs, but when I say content creator, not just those who are the computer, I'm talking about the fact that we are more eager to video, to go and show somebody, to tell somebody than to save the situation. And you're asking, where is our humanity? This is where it has gone to. Because we have adults who are traumatized. And as a result, because those wounds were not cured, they have developed a level of coping mechanism that sometimes even makes them inhumane. So they don't have human feelings. They are not wicked. They are just people who have found a way to cope because they cried and nobody answered. The next one. This is where I actually want us to go. I talked about the fact that for you to be able to do or confront a thing, you must be able to realize that you want to put up a fight for it, which means that it is not going to be a walk in the park. No, it will not be. Now, apart from the generation, what they call the next generation, Alpha, what the next generation now? When I think Alpha, I don't know, but I think it's X now or something, I don't know. To be able to save these people, then those of us who are already ahead must first of all make a decision. Take note of that word, make a decision. Are we together? Confront your own unreserved experiences and trauma. I told you earlier when I was talking about silence, that sometimes it's not only silence about the child that is currently being traumatized. It is also silence on your own path because you just choose to say, you know what, this part, I don't lock am. Throw away the key. May nobody come there. So even in our parenting, we hear people say, now so that they raised us and we turned out well. Question, did you really turn out well? Are you really well? No, you are not. Because if you show every time as you talk to those children, sometimes you're shouting unnecessarily. In fact, you're backing, you're yelling. The child does something, it reminds you. You just think that you're responding to that child's action, but no. It is that the action of that child is awakening something in you that you have told yourself a long time ago. I don't want to touch. May nobody talk about them. Sometimes they tell us, pretend it did not happen. Brothers and sisters, it happened. I'm sorry, it happened. You need to process it. You need to accept that it happened. That's why I said it begins with a decision for you. Most of our teachers in the classroom
Some of our parents, the majority of them, have their own devils and demons that they are battling, that they have refused to get help for. Let me quickly say here. Yes, we always say that hurt people hurt others, right? Right? That's the circle. The person who is hurt gets to hurt other people. But can I let you know that the fact that you were abused does not mean you have to become an abuser. It's a decision you have to make. Because some people were abused, and that's the reason they put up fights like this. I've met people, I've met ladies, especially even guys, in my practice, who when they share certain things, you feel like, is this really happening? Is somebody really going through this? I don't want to talk about abuse for the male child because somehow we don't even want to face it, that it's happening to them. Why? Because when they are abused sexually now, as it were, there are really no bruises per se, as it is for a female child. So how do we know when a male child comes to you and says, I was raped by 6 women? What do you have to show for it? Nothing. But if it's a girl child, we can go to the hospital, right? Check the vagina, check that there was a penetration, check that there was deposit of semen, and there are a lot of things that we can use. But for the male child, nobody. In fact, they don't say, because even there are people who tell them, shut up, you don't enjoy it. You know the man. Then you're wondering why we have young men who are beasts today. We're doing a lot of programs saving the girl child. Nobody is doing anything. So much for the male child. Who the girl child that you have finished saving is eventually going to end up with. You're not doing anything. You are wondering why the husband of a man decides that, okay, when it comes to sex, I will tie your hands, tie your leg. That's the only way we can have this sex. Brokenness that was not dealt with. That's not okay. I needed to talk about this long enough, and this is where I also want to talk about the hereditary aspects of trauma. Because beyond the fact that a traumatized person makes it out on their children, who eventually thinks that that's the best way of life, and eventually responds to you that way, responds to situations that way, those of us that are not married, if we still don't do anything about it, you know the gene, yeah? Genetics. There's something called epigenetics. You want to read about it after now. While the DNA itself, right, cannot be changed, the gene the gene of a person that is going through trauma, that has been through trauma long enough and has done nothing about it, what happens? The gene changes. Do you understand? So if we had a gene that's XXX, we see that the gene changes. There's a name for it, that process. And then it takes another path. Maybe an X gene becomes straight. What then happens? This thing is in you because your gene has changed. The child you are giving birth to inherits that trauma that is coming from you, even though the child probably was not exposed to any form of abuse. Now you see why you have to make the decision to fight those devils. You have to deal with those demons, because it's only when you are whole that you can make another person whole. Are we together? Of course, we've talked about the fact that you need to challenge harmful, long-standing traditions. It has never been heard of in our family that a brother raped his sister, but it has happened. It don't happen. It has never been heard of in this family. The reputation of this our family, that we say that they get, The question is, what do you want? What is important to you? The child, saving your child, or your reputation? The reputation that will eventually still get damaged because the damaged child you need to choose healing over denial. I've talked so much about the fact that it is a room that some of us have locked. They say, I beg, I don't want to remember. 2 years ago, a pastor's wife sent me a message in my DM. And the content of that message, she told me that I don't know who to talk to. I can't talk to anybody. Because I'm a pastor's wife in the church, people look up to me, but how do I tell them that this devil is what I'm dealing with? Madam, how did this happen? She was abused a long time ago, but never said anything to anybody. See, that thing that you are closing, that wound that you don't want to open up, it will eventually open. It will eventually open. And if you really want to be a savior, one of the strengths you want to do is that you want to tell yourself, if it happens to me, I'm not going to allow it to happen to someone else. The next slide. I am not going to let it happen to someone else. These are just the baseline, some of the things that trauma gets to their daily behavior. Somebody talked about the fact that you need to be present for your children, for somebody else takes that place in their life. And in case you don't know, AI is doing so right now. You didn't hear? AI, artificial intelligence, is already taking your place as a parent. It's already usurping your authority as a parent. Because the hippocampus and then the amygdala, which is the part of the brain that interprets fear, right? As the child is growing, because nobody came to their rescue, that part, as a result of abuse or holding trauma, becomes unnecessarily hypersensitive. That means that the child will react to other things in a way that even you will still won't be tangent. No, that's not going to make you feel like that. It's responding to something. The amygdala becomes smaller than it's supposed to be, which therefore means that it can no longer do what? Coordinate with other aspects of the brain to function optimally like it was supposed to be. It means that learning cannot happen. It means that that child will not be strong with problem solving. It means that that child will not be good or strong with decision making. It's the reason why we have adults who cannot make decisions. They will tell this one, they will tell that one, they will tell that one. They will. At the end of the day, in fact, the next slide. Do we understand? Are we seeing the reason why we need to do something? Your first responsibility as a parent, I didn't say as a wife, I didn't say as a husband, hear my choice of word though. As a parent, is to do what? Protect and nurture your child. It's priority. Yes, we can play between that role of wife, husband, dad, and my wife. But that's why I said your role as a parent. Because when we want to think about the role as a wife, it's a different ballgame entirely. That's why you begin to say, my husband we cannot go and we cannot report. Your husband rapes a young girl. Of course, we saw the story of Chanya. What's that young girl? Now, you must build a system that ensures that there is emotional safety. Whether in the classroom, whether at home, there must be a system that allows for emotional safety, right? That prioritizes protection of your child over what? Positional reputation. The next slide. What do you do? When a child walks up to you and say, oh, this is what is happening, what do? You protect, you support, and you do what? Advocating is what the founder of this program Mrs. Augusta is doing at the moment, and having different stakeholders in this room so that we can understand what we are having to deal with. I know you feel like, oh, I wish you can just save all of them, but the truth is that you cannot save all. But you can do your best to ensure that it stops there and healing begins to happen. When a child comes to you and reports a case, that's not the time to say, wait till you go find for them. A girl comes and says she was raped, you're asking her, wait till she wear. How does waiting she wear empowers another person who is sane to rape her? How does waiting she go find for them empowers another person who is sane to rape her? How? A culture that we need to begin to deal with. And then we hide it under the fact that the man was made that way. His sexual activity. And the woman is what? Non-active, I mean. Men are polygamous in nature. In our culture, we can marry how many? Okay, if you want to marry somebody, will you not do it well? You want to engage yourself in sexual whatever. Won't you do it well? Won't you ask for consent? I mean, there are girls who are willing to go that road with you. So you can even see that it's a problem. The fact that somebody just feels that the only way I can go through is to force. It already tells you too that even that young man needs help. I mentioned to somebody, I think 3 years ago, when I was in a meeting with, we're looking at something around child protection and all of that in Edo State, we did previous government. And I said to them, I said, yes, it's okay to punish according to the law, 7 years, whatever punishment you want to give. But when you're done, you release that same child, that same man back into the society. What he needs is help, not just punishment. Are we together? Now, it may sound tough, but when you make that decision to begin to heal, it begins with a decision. Yes, you have acknowledged that it has happened, which is something you don't want to do, you want to deny. Yes, you have passed that stage where you have to acknowledge that it happens. It is a painful one, it is a process that you don't want to go through. It's why you need therapists. Because when you talk about therapy, all people here is the mad people. People who don't grace. No. You are losing yourself. You need a therapist. They walk you through that process, but then the decision to be whole is entirely yours to make. It's entirely yours to make. Nobody can force that decision on you. I've seen different cases of how people respond to abuse. I dealt with a young girl 2 years ago who was abused by a man who was supposed to be her father. Do you know what that girl started doing when she grew up? She would have sex with married men, record the video, send it to their wife. And of course, we would always see destructive tendencies because something has been altered already. So it's a case of, since I tell whoever was the mother then, and she said nothing, oh, they destroyed the marriages they go. Because a broken child, anybody, I always say that when a person is offended, when you offend a person, are you the one to decide what will appease the person? Who decides what will appease them? The offended. Can we move on to the next slide? I've talked about the fact that you need to build emotionally safe space. When people can come up to you, a non-judgmental zone. Because in reality, if you want to influence a person, you must accept them the way they are first. It is only a person that has been accepted that feels at home. That's why the Benin we always say, "Eke no my yele." The next slide. The future we desire will not happen what? Accidentally. It's what? A fulfilled confidence and emotional healthy generation must be built what? Intentionally. That construction begins with what? A firm commitment, confronting exactly what is broken and refusing to do what? Pass it on. Ladies and gentlemen, I think at this point, we've been able to pass the message through. Thank you.
Please, Benin City, clap for your own. Wow. Abi? Wow. Thank you. It's so much. Wow. Wow. Exactly. Thank you so very much. That was beautiful, right? I can see that you are both getting fed in your mind and in your stomach. Am I correct? Your stomach, right? Okay, I know time is of the essence and we are conscious of it. We only have 2 more speakers to go. Yeah. And we'll bring up the next speaker ASAP. It's going to be back to back. And you should listen to this too. All right? We have CSP Temi still waiting to unleash. But we'll bring on Coach TJ right now.
Champion Chino is a master facilitator and leadership architect with over 24 years of experience designing and delivering high-impact training and coaching programs. Specializes in developing leadership pipelines, enhancing strategy communications, and building resilient, value-driven cultures within organizations, families, and youth communities. His expertise empowers institutions to cultivate tomorrow's leaders and navigate complex intergenerational dynamics. As a facilitator and strategic partner, Dr. Chunu has been entrusted by premier organizations to train, coach, and develop their talent and stakeholders. Selected organizations include
Thank you.
Digital Skills for Africa, Central Bank.
Thank you. How many of you are really listening to that thing? Even me, I was not listening. Okay, so if you want to hear it's a powerful resume, you'll send it to your WhatsApp. But good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to first acknowledge and honor rather the convener for this opportunity. Thank you very much, ma'am. And please, can you give her a round of applause? Please do that. Thank you very much. How many of you are really, really tired? Let me see your hands up. Those of you that, I may just be giving you 10K now, you're not raising your hands up. How many of you are really, really tired? Okay. I want you to see what you do to your students when they're in class and you're forcing them to learn. We are going to do it to you now. So, okay, I know you're really tired and I acknowledge that. So, guess what? I am not going to bore you with plenty things. I have so many things in my slide. I'm going to ask them to just take the slide one by one. You guys will just be watching it like a movie. Then we'll come back to the beginning, then we'll just, is that good? If there's any slide that excites you, you can just say stop. We'll stop there. Is that good? Is that good? Come on, talk to me. Is that good? So we're going to do something. Before I go on. I just want us to stretch a bit. Can we all just stand on our feet? Thank you very much. Let me climb up for that. So, I appreciate if we all stand up. You know how we want our children to do many things. Today you will do many things. They sent me to you today to do to you what you have been doing to them. Okay. On a serious note, can we please just be upstanding? Let me see your right hand. Do your right hand like this. Now we're going to count from 10 down to 1. And we're going to do it with all parts of our body. Okay? So this is what you're going to do. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Do you get that? When we finish that, you go to your left. You count down. When you finish that, you go to your leg. We'll count down. When you finish that, you go to your other leg and we count down. Can we do that together? Let's go. No, we're counting down. We're from 10 down. We're counting down. It's the more reason we're doing this so before we punish our children for not hearing instruction. We understand that sometimes we miss it. So let's go again. From 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your leg. Now let's do 5. Let's count from 5. Let's go again from 5. 1 to go. 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4. Now let's go to 4. 4. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3. Let's go to 3. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 2. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. Awesome. Give somebody high five before you sit down. Give somebody high five. Awesome. Now, every spirit of sleep from the right shall eating and gone. Okay. Like I said, I was very excited when I got in and I heard my brother speaking, and it was like he read my slide. That's why I said I'm not really going to share because he shared so much I wanted to share. Then my brother Akiroko came up and he said the remaining parts of the slides. So I've come to do revision. Is that okay? Okay. But something that doesn't often happen is that people sometimes don't recognize the work we put in as parents and as teachers, and nobody tells us well done. True or true? Talk to me, true or true? So please, I want you to tap yourself on your shoulder and say, well done. I like that one. Say, I try. Even if you are making mistakes, you try to make mistakes. I mean, so tell yourself, I try. Now look at your neighbor and tell your neighbor you're doing well. Okay, so like promised, we're going to just run through the slides and then we're going to have a conversation. I wouldn't want to make this more of a lecture so that the powerful CSP is here to deliver. If police smile like this, it's not good. You don't like the police. Can we celebrate CSP today? And let me also let you know, see, even if I don't say anything, then this is my session, so allow me. Allow me. All these powerful people. And the other thing, they now put me after even who have eaten, so that some will be catching you, I rebuke it too. So, one thing I observed, my brother was also telling me that, I noticed all the police officers that came in CSP to me, they were all looking like the real Nigerian police. I'm saying, real Nigerian police looking clean. They are looking like the people I want to be like in future. So please, do you know what that means? That shows that leadership is at work. Can we honor and celebrate CSP? And it also just shows that as teachers and as parents, we can model anything we want to see. Do you know why? There's somebody said, Confucius said, he said, I hear and I forget. I see and I remember, but I do and I understand. The truth is, all those many English you are speaking in class, the children are not hearing it. Do you know why? Research shows that the average child hears 13 to 16,000 words every day. How many are you telling them? And the question is, why will the words you are saying go to the top of their memory? And there are a lot of answers to that. But I'm just trying to let you see that children are dealing with it. You know, it's easy to say in those days, we can say that. Let me ask you, in those days was the internet? In those days, before you find something that you are researching for, where do you find it? Library. Did everybody have access to library? How many of that textbook is in the library? No, the textbook is there, but how many? Few. How many people have access to that few textbook? Many people have access, but only few. When you go there, you have to wait for somebody to return it before you can now borrow it. If I tell you I'm borrowing it, exam has reached, you can't read. But right now, just with this thing that Uncle has here, truths and lies are flying vast books. You know, I was in church one day in Akwa Ibom, went for a teenage event, and the pastor was preaching. Parents, listen to this one. I want to advise you, please, just like Akinoko, never be too smart for this next generation. If you don't know, simply say, I don't know. This pastor was preaching with all power, you know, was speaking revelation, and the teenager said, Uncle, I've seen that thing before. So I told him to shut up, that we're in the presence of God. And the guy was teaching, you know, when you're teaching Rema, you just got revelation, you know, you're teaching. And the teenager tells me, Uncle, I've seen this thing before. You know us now? Shut up. In church, in the presence of God. Guess what happened? He just took my phone. He just went online. He searched for the slide, downloaded it. I said, Uncle, I was telling you. And that time, said it just closed on my head. Yeah. So these children also have access to information more by most times. Parents and teachers, let's be honest with ourselves. When you go online, what do you really do? It's only yours. They're not recording this one outside. You tell us the truth. When you go online, what do you do? Instagram. TikTok, Instagram. You, not them or you. Facebook. Facebook is number one here. When you go online, what else do you do? WhatsApp. No, WhatsApp. What are you doing on WhatsApp? Sir? Chatting. Hey, I've been waiting for this one. Many of us go to WhatsApp to look at the latest video. Or status scrolling. Now, this is us as educators, I mean. I leave the rest of your imagination. And yet you want to force them into reality. Can we just look at the slides? I said I went through the slides. Are you enjoying the gist? So let's just go next. No, go back, let me admire this more again. Yeah. I'm a father of 5 children and I'm proud. Next. I don't look this up. This is my topic next. This is the first page next. This is the second. If you wait, when you don't worry, don't snap. See, all of you that are snapping, don't look at it. When you are going to take selfie and your phone is full, it's my slide you delete first. Okay, so I really want to share, but I know you guys are tired, so I don't want to just laugh and flow. So go back, let them see it. Don't worry, we'll talk, but go back. The big if, no, go to the next one. The big if of the Nigerian child. The summary is what one admiral said in this place. Can we all read this one together? 1, 2, go. Are you getting that? So we are training them to be smart. Now this is sad. When I was in secondary school, I went to Delta Steel Technical High School in Warri, and we have what we call honors lists. Honors lists are those who enter a particular range of scores, like 80% and above. And there was this guy, classmate of mine, very brilliant. He was always entering honors list. People like us were always entering farmers list because they would always punish us and we end up in the school farm. And fast forward many years, this guy's head hot. Went to university, his head was hotter. Right now, in our WhatsApp group, is the number 1 welfare case. All of us who are farmers, the proceeds from our farm is now what we are using to support it. Are you saying that? Sometimes when we drive children become the best at this, let me ask you, what qualifies the best at anything? Who even says what we are using to measure at school is a true measurement of knowledge for any child? Sometimes what we do is that we give a fish a tree to climb and ask the monkey to complete a swimming competition with all of our standards. If we get to understand, like what my brother was even saying, and I can put a twist to that. If we get to understand that each child, just like all of us, let me bring the mic and ask questions. Sir, you're a teacher. You're not. Who is a teacher? Are you a teacher? From your true mind, if you are not teaching now, what will you be doing?
I will play the games.
So you would have been a gamer. Good. Let me look for one woman. Who's a teacher? Auntie, are you a teacher? Who is a teacher? I need a female teacher. No, let me leave your table. Auntie, if you are not a teacher, the world can just start again, and you have all the power to do something, what will you be doing right now?
I'll be a singer.
And did you hear her? She said she'll be a singer. She'll not release her album. Please, just sing one line for us.
Although my voice is bad. No, but now this is not my voice. Okay. We give you all the glory.
Put your hands together for her. So you see, condition or conditioning has forced many of us into this reality. If we can re-engineer things, we will not be doing what we are doing now. True or true? Good. Why are we forcing the next children, the next generation, or the next set of children into a reality that may not be beneficial for them when they can express their full potential? Why are we? So what we do is we keep pushing them, be the best at this. The best at that is the best in your own imagination and expectation, not the best in their reality. I'm just sharing with them. Last year in Abuja, we had an event where I hosted students and I gave them a task to do. And it was simply this, about 4 groups. In the next 15 years, design a career that doesn't exist now. In my mind, I have set jam questions. When the answers came, even me that set the question, I was confused. Do you know why? How many of you have really thought about what teaching will be like in the next 15 years? Have you really? I'm asking you to raise your hand. I want you to think about it. What will teaching be like? What you are doing now? In the next 15 years, how relevant will it be? Who will need to come seek knowledge in this, in this classroom? Who? Why will students even want to go to classroom? My brother was talking and he talked about the money when they talk, they will say that we have paid school fees. While I was in Uniben, fellow Unibenites, while I was in Uniben, I was actually paying my school fees without all these many AI. I was doing that, not because I wanted to show my father, I just wanted to be productive. Okay, and I studied business at school. Now, they have more access to more information, more resource than we do. Do you get that? So why would they want to learn the way you are learning when, let me say this one may pain some of you. Let me say this. Why would you force them to learn to become something that they cannot see in you? How many of our children can really look up to you and say, I want to be like you? Right? Please take water, sip water, sip. This is the moment. In fact, let me still sip too. This is the moment you sip water according to my brother. Yeah, I'm going to trip. So, we're first in their mind, they're looking at you. They say, there's no guy. Okay, how many of you, there's no guy in the JV line that's been selling books since I was in Uniben? You know that guy? The guy is still there selling books the same way. The same way. I left Uniben 2003 or 2003. The guy, that's, how many years is that? 23 years ago. The guy has not changed. He did not grow fat, he did not grow slimmer. He's the same. Why? And he can tell you what is in every book. What is marketing it? I've not got one for him. Yeah, because the book should work for him first. Why is he here? He's telling you this book has the secret of riches. If you read this book, read this book. And then just look at our slide. So let's not be excited about just raising children to be mentally sound, and when it comes to character, 0/100. You know, they said skill will take you up. What will keep you there is character. Yeah, attitude and character will keep you there. So they now know, but no sense. Like I will say it in permit me, I'm a worry voice if I go vernacular aloud. Yeah. Say, many of us, we are too intelligent to have common sense. Yeah. You just, speaking English. English with a C, not S. English. Next slide, please, so let me go fast. So the problem we have, one is this. There's the character vacuum in classrooms. I don't want to flog this so much. This story was about the student that was sentenced to death in Jos. I know we all know that whole story. Do you know that story happened last year? And it was just like the thing you were saying. That was what happened. Wednesday we will meet after class. Yeah. That's what happened there. And then there was long issue. Guys, just go and Google this. There's the hammer mentality. This is, sometimes when we even pray, our prayer is a problem. Yeah. You want to make it right? What is making it? Who can define what making it is? Huh? To become successful. What does it mean to become successful? To have wealth, riches, money. And that's actually where we miss it. Yeah. Wealth is not money. Money is a subset of wealth. Wealth is not money. I can be very contented with 10K and be happy to it. True story. One of my staff in Lagos, if I got married, one of my staff in Lagos, how I met him, I also write names of noisemakers. One of my staff in Lagos, I met him one day. I just landed in Lagos. There was serious traffic. He was riding a bike, and I hopped on. I couldn't wait. Those my guys that stay in Lagos, I respect all of them. I hopped on a bike, and then the bike. I saw the bike. I was going to Magodo from near the airport. The guy now charged me 500 naira, 600 naira. I told him I came down. I said, "Start your engine." He started. I said, "They follow me and they go." The guy started laughing. I said, "Well, we'll reach there. I pay you 600 naira." What? And then, cut a long story short, he became my staff. Okay, the next day he came, he picked me up, started relating, I started sending him messages. And when he became my staff, after him working with me for a year, do you know what he told me? He's married. And he had 2 children then. He called me. I said, "Boss, I beg no vex, I won't tell you." I said, "What?" I said, "Boss, just marry now. You know hard." He said, "Just marry. You know that." I didn't know that to laugh. He started telling me that he sees how I work hard. I even have money, I don't pay him, but he's married and he's happy. What am I thinking out of that? Yeah, he was contented. Yeah. So when you think is when you have that big money, once it comes, big problem will follow. You think all the richest men in this world, they're having sleep the way you are sleeping. So our definition of success is already faulty. So when we are saying make it, when we are praying all those prayer, and when you are praying all this prayer, it's because you want a car, you want to build a house. People have built houses and not staying in the die. I had a friend last year, he was shot. He built a house, he didn't stay in it. This minute. Okay, so the hammer mentality also. This is what we call the digital Wild West. We are not living in Benin anymore. We are living here physically. Everything here takes us around the world. And there are a lot of crazy things that are happening. Trust me, when I mean crazy. Crazy. Next slide, I wanted to show you people this thing. They're making me talk. The peer pressure economy. Let's read that equation on top. 1 to go. Yeah. I cannot go hit on this a bit. Okay? For basic, don't snap, auntie, don't snap. They'll send you the slide. If they don't send the meeting, I'll give you, don't worry. I need you guys to participate, and this is how to learn, okay? Don't write what you are seeing. Write what you are getting. I hope you get it. Like this one, write on the, if you are writing on this phrase, write, I will not be a confused parent. Or I will ensure my children are not confused and I will be present parent. I'm serious, it's going to be useful to you that way. That was how this copy. See me, there were many handouts in there. I photocopied and never opened one day. If you are like me, say, You see you, I am hustling the children. The God have mercy on all of you. Okay. So when those who engage in fraud face little consequences, the things they see what happens. When they're celebrated as sharp guys, what happens? We see that in politics, right? Okay, and then research has also shown last year. Research showed that there is more positive influence, in peer learning. Yes, when they learn together. And how did I learn? When I was in university, I was not attending classes because I needed to make money. So I would travel to Lagos, buy computer in parts. In the evening, I'll gather my classmates, I read computer science, I'll teach them how to assemble computers. And then in exchange, I'll tell the scholars to teach me what they taught them in class. I've sat in class and I'm just looking at the lecturer. He's just talking. I'm not understanding jack. Like, what is this guy saying? And the guy was, when you fall into this thing, you want to ensure that in your curriculum, you finish this subject. You finish the subject, some students have not started. I hope you know. It's you that finish. Some of them, they have not started, just looking at you, what is that saying? Okay, so my friends, I learned from my friends, and guess what? When results came out, people were calling me scholar that day. I'm forming. That's why I don't attend class. They didn't know that it was just here to be. Next slide, let's join, jump. Time is up running. The algorithm, I think you mentioned everybody's mentioning it. Algorithm is raising your children. Or how many of you have gone online and then you start seeing something probably like you like always showing you popping up, maybe shoe, bag. You see that thing, it's algorithm, okay? And you know what that thing does? It now makes you spend more time looking at shoes and bags. That's the explanation of this slide. Next slide. Just next slide. They talked about all this. Okay, so the cost of ignoring character. This is, we can do here a bit. The cost of ignoring character. Number one is economic sabotage. And I think when Madam Augusta was talking, she mentioned that it does not start in government. The society is not built. The nation is not built in government house. Where is it built from? Excuse me. So when we look at Nigeria, let me tell you, Nigeria is not a result of bad government. It's a result of bad parenting. The thief you see out there came from a home. Yeah. The next thief we see will still come from a home. The question is, what's the curriculum in our homes? Yeah, homes and classroom together. Okay, so economics, let's move on. I said I wanted to run next. Weaponized talent. What you see here? The same tech that people use to solve problems. The same tech. Have you ever hacked your WhatsApp? Have you seen somebody hack your WhatsApp to start asking for send account? I will follow those people. I will ask and grab their accounts. And once they send the account, before I now tell them, say, if I track you, it go red. Before you know, they will delete the account. But I'll now send them the screenshot of the account. But that same talent, when there's no character, a teenager called me and was saying, Uncle, is it bad to do Yahoo? I said, for you to ask me, you already know the answer. Yeah. You already know the answer. Next slide, please. Family destruction, we cannot overemphasize. Organizations work tirelessly because families face immense challenges, divorce, disrespect. And let me just hit something here. You see, if you and the husband and wife are not agreed, not agreed, please, the child agree. The child has agreed to be a child to either of you. Don't use your own to spoil it. That's why I like when you go, husband and wife quarrel, they'll still call, you will take him out this weekend. You didn't come this weekend from Nigeria. Who do us? Come on. Well, there's so much to talk. Let's do the next slide, please, for time. Now, good. This is the take home now. 5 things, and I think they've already trashed some of them. 5 key things here, 5 principles. Number 1, what is number 1? Let's read this. From where? Yeah, the generation of you want to tell them to do it is that generation is gone. Gone to the grave. Now, let me tell you how to see children. And this is how I see my children. One day, I was talking with my son, and he laughed. My brother. My wife heard it. Who's your brother? Who's your brother? Average like African parents, the next thing there. When my wife asked that question, I was like, no, let's think about it. Let's think about it. Did I create him? Come on, answer. Did I create him? I didn't create him. I only gave birth. I was the vehicle to bring him. So he's another human being like me. And my responsibility as a parent is not only to pay the rent, but also to lead him, train him in the way he should go, not the way I want him to go. How do you get it? So now I thought about it. If God created me as a Christian, if God created me and God created him, that means in God's world we are brothers. When I believe we'll go to heaven and I will see, do you think you'll be calling me daddy in heaven? All of us will be singing one song, my daddy, my daddy. If we're all singing my daddy, go away, my brother, my brother. So, if you have that understanding, you learn to talk with. Talk with is building rapport. There has to be a connection. The question that Akira asked, I had that same question. I was going to ask the question. Thank God you asked the question. And let me even make it harder. If your doctor comes to tell you I'm pregnant, what will you do? I have seen that happen. Where I took a session on sex and in church, and I told them to write questions. The questions they wrote, I couldn't even read some of them out. I'll just say, the person who has this question that has something like this, see me later. It was a boot camp, a church boot camp. We found a 2 months pregnant girl in the boot camp. She refused to see any person, says only me she wants to talk to. I sent a message that I cannot come and talk to you alone. For them to say I'm making you get there. But I went with somebody I would talk. To cut the long story short, we took her home to meet her mother. We kept her in the car, we talked with the father and the mother. Naturally, they were disappointed. But what happened when we left? The mother beat the girl till she bled out the child. Yeah. The next story we heard, the girl ran away until I left worried. We didn't know if she ever returned. So you see how we create what we call destitutes and prostitutes. You see how we create it? Good. So shift from talking to the commanding tone. See, they will just look you. Because all the things you are teaching in class, they can go and Google it, so they don't need you. Yeah. There's nothing you are teaching now. That's why I think he was also saying that what you need to do is build relationships. That's why likability is now a secret weapon. I'm telling you, it works everywhere. Even in school now, teachers. Don't you feel that your head of school likes some teachers more than some teachers? True or true? Why don't they like you? I leave that question for my opponents to answer. Next slide. Number 2, let's go. What's number 2? Let's build together. Want to know? I had already talked about the fact that, so here what you do is now consciously. There's something politicians are doing that we're not seeing that our parents used to do. In those days, my father's friends' children are my friends. Who are your children's friends these days? You don't really know sometimes. You're too busy trying to get paid. Yeah. That you will now use the money to solve the problem that we create because of ignorance. My father's friends' children were my friends, and most of them are my best friends till today. So you can consciously create circles for them. Okay? Next is telling me my time is up. Next slide, people have wasted my time. I'll say let us slide since you didn't hear. Number 3, let's read number 3 together. You see, Akira already hit on that. And when he was saying something, I thought I'm going to ask two questions. Well, let me ask one. When you're saying your forefathers, do your children even really know who their grandfather and great grandfather is? And even if they know, what do they know about him, that useless man, when you marry many wives? Yeah, what do they really know? My grandfather, who is their great grandfather, it's in the mind in just when I tell them the story and I show them the picture. When they see their grandfather, you see that like they are the descendants of Minor. Even if mine is not made anybody like that, I don't know what. Just, I tell them the story. Now, who is the most intelligent teacher here? If you believe you are the most intelligent teacher, raise your hand. You must know book here, please. No, this is a good debate. No, let me ask the answer. I'll come back. Let me ask. Answer, the most intelligent teacher I have seen here. Let me ask you this question. Who founded the Gusi Soup?
My parents.
Your parents.
That's my mother.
Please, a round of applause. Everybody's mother abandoned the Gusi Soup. But on a serious note, you get to realize that, and this is what we need to intentionally start doing now. We don't need to document our history from your family. You don't even do it. So our children are lost and caught in the web. And that's part of what causes identity crisis. Yeah, because they cannot trace their roots. They get hooked to anything that flows in their direction. So it's important to go back. I was telling them how my father would sit us down. He would buy suya when he's coming from work. And we wait for that suya. And then he sits on the chair and tells us to pick his white hairs or white hair and sleeps off. Or then he might start telling us about when he went hunting and he saw big bush baby, or he saw antelope, or he shot crocodile, or he shot And my father had a license from there. Any morning, there's this one called bush fowl. In Marine, we hear him cry. If you didn't we now started calling it Kobelek, because my father told me a story of how he shot one and missed, but shot it in the leg. And that one fell, but couldn't fly because one leg was shot. So all the other ones were not feeling for that one and started crying, Kobelek. So if you ask any of my siblings, what noise does bush fowl make? Other than say what? And this story stayed with me. And the Lord that has helped me to become this man came from what my father passed to me. Interestingly, we did a book 50 years ago, 5 years ago when they were 50 years in marriage. We did a book, and those were the stories in the book. People read the book, and we're laughing. And my family bond is this strong till date. This is why you clap for my father and my mother. I'll tell them you clap for them. Thank you. Next slide. Next slide. Number 4. What is this? Oh, this is a broad topic on its own that can take 2 hours talking about. But this is it. How do you use devices at home? Now, from what Mama said, the home is actually the smallest and strongest nation on earth. If it is, question, what is the constitution running your home? If there is none, even police cannot help you. I hope you understand that. Now, bringing it to our digital reality is this. If your children can access device anytime, anyhow, you are in big problem. They need to start learning to have device-free days in a week. Yes, when they are in school. And you will explain to them. You have to explain. Don't just say, off that TV. No! Drop that phone. I was doing that with my son, he's 13. The guy, I was teaching people, like Akiroko said, the programming of how many years? I was teaching people, and I was still fighting it. My son, once you block here, once you block here, I just came back. So I drove down from Lagos here because of this, and I just got home. I've told him to stop this Minecraft and Roblox. Because that Roblox, I told you it will block your head. And that is me just speaking. But that's not actually the solution. I got home, they were not expecting me. I just saw him watching the thing. And then I said, I just saw that He just turned it off. Why did he turn it off? It's the programming. There's a good part of that. Like I said, this is a long conversation. There's a good part of that. But I asked him, how are you? Fine. Are you sure you're fine? Yes, I'm fine. Did anything happen when I was out? Nothing. Do you know anything as I'm going? Nothing. Do you know what that means? That guy don't off. There's nothing I was saying. Please, just, where was that? So, then I told him, I said, Treasure, I'm going to leave, and I think I'm going to watch it. I'm not saying don't watch it. I'm just asking that you plan your time. So how many hours are you going to watch this? I know this is weekend. How many hours are you going to watch it? And I said 2 hours. I said, okay. I'm not here, but God is watching you. 2 hours is sleep. As I'm here now, what do I want to do now? But then I gave him tasks to do. And then just like my dad did, I would have brought him here to watch this session. So because that thing inspires. My father took me to his office. You know, it inspires. Get your children involved in what you're doing. It is take them to market. Let them even buy and forget the change. Don't beat them, laugh, even if they pay you. Then moving from their portion of meat. Okay, so create a family policy. Just basically how it works in your home. Next slide are the final points. What's the final points? Stop the blame game. Parents versus teachers, teachers versus parents. This has been, we hit this so much. We must be co-trainers with consistent message. It is not, look, I brought my child to you as a parent because I trust you will help me achieve the goal of learning academically. So we need to work. We are co-parents. You are not my child's teacher. We are co-parents. That's what we are. But you are the academic side of co-parenting. And what I do can affect him from learning academically, and what you do can also affect him from learning otherwise. So we work together. Okay, is there anything in the next slide? The crossroads pass. Let's just read it for reading's sake, so that we ready. Character deficit. What's that? Brilliant engineers, hacking banks, marketers selling fake, but that is one way where we just focus on academics. But on the other way, there's moral resilience, skilled youth with wisdom who stop at the edge of the cliff. We can build more schools, buy more tablets, launch more programs, but if we don't build character, we're just what? You know what happened to the Titanic? Yeah. It goes down. Next slide. The choice is what? I like when we're reading together. I want to go. The culture is loud. The Yahoo boys drive flashy cars. TikTok influencers getting millions of views. But you, the parent, the teacher, the stakeholder, you have something more powerful than the algorithm. What do you have? That's what you have. It's more powerful. From all we have said, if you didn't take anything from my session, please take from all the other sessions. Take one thing. Don't take everything. Just take one thing you will choose to do from this week. Okay? And in ending, we'll all read the last slide. In ending, last slide, please. Let's read it together. I want to go.
Success is not a day's job. It is a daily job. It is not a destination. It is a journey.
So don't kill yourself. Every day you take one step, tell yourself, well done, I tried. Huh?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Coach TJ. Please let's give him the 10 trainers salute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We should have counted it down, though. But thank you very much. All right. I told you that we're winding down, right? Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. You know, we're gonna do just one thing. CSP Timmy is coming up. Give me my phone. I know you want to hear from her. You know, I want us to, we've been saying shine the light things, right? Can you do this with your mobile phone? Put on the touch light on your mobile phone. Put it up, put it up. Put it up. We want to really be, let's shine the light. Some of us not get phones. No. Come on now, let's do this. We want to record this session. Yeah. We want to record it. Please, Madam's phone is there. Madam Combina's phone. So just bring it up. Yeah. Just give it to her. Can we stand up? Can we stand up? Please, that door behind, be shut. Just shut the doors. Lovely. All right. Just bring out your touch lights on your mobile phones. And who are those in charge of the hall? If you can take out the white lights. Just take out the white lights and you would see how beautiful this is. By the way, we are live on the internet. How many of you know that? They are watching you from all around the world. So let's do this right now. Are we ready? So your shine the light should be very loud. 1, 2, go. Shine the light. Okay, now the light has done. Let's do it all over again. This time around, let me take a footage. Okay, we'll do it again from the top. 1, 2, go. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. Make some noise. Ladies and gentlemen, let us make welcome CSB Timmy.
Agwini is a dynamically well-enforced leader and trained legal practitioner, currently serving as the Divisional Police Officer DPO of Oborikoko Police Station, Benin State, working under the Delta State Command of the Nigeria Police Force. She holds a master's degree in law and diplomacy LLD and is widely recognized for her reform-oriented approach to policing. With a strong passion for youth engagement and community-driven security, CSP Agbede's Wokumo champions initiative that fosters trust, safety, and civic responsibility. Her signature programs, Hatching Them Young on the Right Path, and See, Say, Do, focus on security, education, advocacy, and empowering young people to make informed, meaningful, and impactful choices. Through strategic partnerships with communities, NGOs, and schools, she promotes modern, inclusive policing built on integrity and collaboration. Her leadership is shaping safer communities today, while nurturing the patriotic citizens and ethical leaders of tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, let us make welcome CSB Police Officer, Delta State Command, and Coordination General Driver of Security Education Advocate, SEA.
Thank you so very much. A round of applause for yourselves. You have waited this long. I feel like coming around to hug everybody in this world. Thank you so very much for being a part of our children's life, for being a part of the next generation. From here, we love you. Thank you. Please, I want you to do something unique before I appreciate anybody here. Can everybody in the hall stand up, please? Do your thing. Me, for real. For the convener of this beautiful event. We have a sister. Her name is Uche. In every of the summits we've had from day one, she's not only been present, she has made this happen, even to Edo, in a way that is special. Unfortunately today, she lost her dad, who was the former deputy governor of Delta State, in the person of Chief Sir Benjamin Beniwe. Please, can we observe a minute silence in honor and memory of Chief Sir Benjamin Beniwe? Starts now. 1 minute more to complete. Thank you. May the soul of our dear father, leader, and helper, shaper of this generation rest in perfect peace. Please take your seat. Thank you so much for doing this with us. And if you're watching online, Sister Uche, we love you. Our hearts are with you at this moment. May God give you and family the fortitude to bear this irreparable loss. Amen. Yes, Madam Musta, come back to me. So this beautiful woman that is doing beautiful things around the country, please let me give her a round of applause. The convener of this event, she's awesome. Without her and this program, I won't meet almost everybody in this hall, except Coach TJ, that I've met before. And I didn't know I've met him. And he took my number and he sent me, and he called, and voila. On my phone, I just saw Coach Unusual TJ Chuno. Then I saw Women's Conference, Police Women's Conference 2023. You must have made an impact for me to save your number. I'm not the card, the collect number. And the collect number will touch my life. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to all the speakers in the house. Mama Rhoda, thank you. Thank you. Today we came early and we enjoyed every part of it. Special appreciation to my Commissioner of Police, CP, I know, James Adeshola, that gives me this constant privilege to be part of the generation that have started now. God bless you. Every speaker here don't talk with your Una here? They don't talk all the slide. There is a slide. They will show you. Just look at it. Just like Coach TJ. Just be browsing through it. It's for Rotimi, our global coordinator. It's for him. He likes slide. But this is for us. I'll start on a note of what is happening in our home and around us that we are not paying attention to. But in the course of yes, that's my topic. I must start from there. One wrong move. One wrong move. And it's so dangerous that if we are not, like every speaker has said, intentional and a part of this, our children's life and the generation next, the one move, it may be too late to bring them back. I will start with this story. Sometimes last year, on the 30th of August, I was not around. I was outside the country to see my kids. And I got a call from my office that our major informants brought an information that there's a little child and a man selling drugs under my jurisdiction. And they called me, Mama, what do we do? I said, then they asked person, go ahead and bust the place without thinking deeply about it. So these people went on getting there, trust me, with their shaved hair, you can see all of them, nobody's wearing beards. They don't have tattered clothes on. Where's one of the boards? They don't have tattered clothes on. People that sells in such places, that does such things, they get identity. Yeah. But I know why every speaker they talk since they model the tomorrow you want to see. Because every child in the neighborhood is yours, either you like it or not. If I know earlier, maybe I will tell my boys, make them dress like this. The girls going with them should expose their nipple and their private area, their vagina. Then they should have rings placed, even if it's artificial, on every part of their body. The moment they enter such place with that appearance, the real man doing drugs will come out. But the moment they came in looking dapper and neat, like a well-brought-up child, the man noticed it. Thank you, Nathan. And the man moved quite carefully out of his bacha. Northerners called house is built with is a zinc. Yes, temporal, like a temporal makeshift house. A bachelor. And left a little girl in the house. So they went in and asked the question, I beg, won't buy drugs. And the girl said, which one do I want? Colos, cocaine, crack, heroin, and started mentioning names of drugs. And this little girl is so little. So they were wondering, go bring everything when you get home, smoke again now. So she went in and she kept coming out with loads and cachet of drugs. At the end of the day, they asked her, where your papa, where the person where you they sell for? And he said, no, my papa, na my guy. So, at that point, what did they do? Boy just stepped outside. She told them, he stepped outside now. Una pass him. Before they rush reach outside, guy mad on my day. Because he could sense that something unusual is in the environment. He's not been seeing their likes coming to buy drugs. We must be as smart as the generation next. To get them, to flow with them. It's painful that Coach Dave is not here today. He does justice to the topic of drugs and addiction. He's in Bayelsa. He's not scheduled for here. So I'll take part of his topic for the benefit of those. My grandmother, by the way, is from Benin City. So how could I not do that kind of thing with me? My father's mother is from New Benin. I even know family house. We have one there. So I'm an Edo. I have the blood. So I should be able to bring little of Coach Dave's topic here today. So Isho. Ich can show. When I do well, God will bless you, man. And no pattern. You know the joke. So, as I was saying, they went outside and searched everywhere. Unfortunately, the guy don't. So they arrested the little girl and called me on phone. Mama, what do we do? And I was supposed to tell them that take the girl and take her to the office. I'm on my way back. And I'll be able to talk to her. Fast forward to when I go back to Nigeria, I saw this girl. In her appearance, I have a picture here, but I didn't transfer to them on time. I didn't cover her face, so I won't do that. She's very little. I asked, how old are you? She said she's 12. 12? You said that man is your guy. I mean, I lied and talk. He said, no, 9 guy. So I asked for that. So when your guy, I don't know. What's it be your guy name? Because we don't even know his name. She said his name is Chiago. That can't be his real name. What's his other name? What's the surname? Not known to her. When did you meet this your guy? She met him when she was 7 years old. It's under your watch as a mother. Under your watch as a teacher. Under our watch as failed community parents. Because see where Chiago they sell drugs. See the community secretariat is a pole away. Are you telling me that nobody in that community saw that girl or knows that they are selling drugs in that place? Where did we package our virtues on vacations? Where did we show our patriotism? Who did we touch all the God-given wisdom that we used to operate in days of old? We say our parents know the digital, they know, but I guess sense. Like the last speaker said, he said when education too much, intelligence too much, common sense no dey. And I tell her, especially we go talk, people don't talk, leave sense for ground. It's as simple as that. I said when you don't gather too much, it becomes a problem.
And you see this on daily basis. So I was interested in her. Who failed her? So I said, you said, which age you say you'd be? You said I did primary 4. So you became confusing. I said primary 4? Where is your mother? I said, she did house. Which house? Our house. Where your papa? I don't know. He did somewhere. At 12. So I asked again, how did you meet him? She said one day on her way to school, she met this guy. He escorted her to the gate of the school. At 7 in primary school. No teacher saw it. No headmaster or headmistress. Notice that this no be the mama when they come for PTA meeting. You know a drug seller, what it will look like? It should be suspicious. We should be part of our community. So I said, nobody noticed, nobody noticed. Then at 1 o'clock, this man comes back to the gate of the school. The school did my jurisdiction. It did under me. Inside city. And picks the child. Takes her to his house, sexually molest her. Then he gives her 70 naira to buy Indomie noodles. She goes home. She meets you. And she buys noodles. She owns the stove or gas or whatever. And cooks. Parents are not asking questions anymore. So the price of that young lady's virtue, everything she came to the world to do, is what 70 naira Indomie noodles. Then the next morning, they repeat the same thing until when she got to primary 4. She said when she got to primary 4, the man told her, what's the use continuing with school? Stay with me. Under our watch, she's living with this guy. According to her, she has lived with him for over 4 years. Living partner. She has had 6 abortions as that day. And the deaconess, home cell leader, was the nurse carrying out the abortion. When we went to make our own arrest, special arrest, we saw in front. So church, home cell, both here. She has her own children in the university. Community parenting. Everybody here has spoken to us. I'm just trying to bring it home with true life experience. What we see on daily basis. That's made us to tell ourselves that, come, you can't do it the way others did it and expect to get a different result. We have kept quiet enough. I told myself, is there something called security control in the Nigerian police force? Yes, you can control the security of the environment. How can you do it? Move out, advocacy, in the job food. You know the job food. What does it entail? God puts words in your mouth and encourage the younger generation to unmute their voices, to speak out. Like our doctor here talked about. As long as talk, they need somebody to talk to. They need role models in their lives. Where are we? Who failed our children? So, we had to pick the mother because we wanted to know her involvement, and I asked, the value we attach to money in Nigeria now. This thing, they kill me. I gave this example, that how many of us sees our handsets when we are sleeping at night, no matter how fine the phones are? Do you see that? Maybe when God wake you with your own alarm, not be alarm clock, because carry alarm clock, go mortuary, nobody go wake up. But when God taps you, it's another day, son. It's another day, daughter. Rise up. That's when you see your phone to even check that WhatsApp. When you check, they check Bible. I can't wake you. So why are we driving crazy
running, struggling, killing, destroying for material things. The mother said Shiago gives her 3,000. How much? 3,000 what? 3 what now? 3,300 naira every month. My commissioner of police, who is now an AIG, was the one on state. He asked me. He said, come, Daddy, I've got money. Tell me, how much did you call the money? He said, 300 and what? 30,000. I said, no, Daddy, 1,000, 1,000, 1,300.
Every month.
Every month, though, not be every day. And the girl tell me, say, that the amount we guy they give me, mama. Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay, back to the story of the mother now. The mother was in secondary school, precisely in GS3. She said a friend tells her every day to bring uniform mufti to school. So after school, they go to visit a friend of hers. So that day they went to visit. At this time, it was a well in front of the school that got her knocked up. She got pregnant and she had a son. Not this girl. Currently, she has 5 for different fathers. And she's currently 36 years old. How did I know? She don't know her age. How old were you when you gave birth? Madam, she don't know. I said, how old were you? Later, she said, 15. I said, so how old are you now? She don't know. I said, how old is the first person when give you belly? The first child, when the first belly, he said 21. And I said, 21 plus 15, she don't know. And I told her, okay, your 2 hands and 2 legs is 20. Add 1 for your finger, then count 15 with hand and leg. She couldn't. Under our watch. So at 36, tell our children this. At 36, she has 5 children. That's sex when they hungry her. She don't deal with anyone. You don't tie her up. Can we beg them with love to wait for the right time? Most of us seated here are married men and women. They know they talk to that one and say they are tired and sleep. So you should know there is a plan, an orchestration of the devil to destroy this generation. Why is it that when you tell them don't do it, it feels like she wants to deprive me. He wants to deprive me of good life. Why? You know why? Their prefrontal cortex is not developed. That's the frontal part of the brain that makes choices and reasons. So as parents with love, we must keep advising and telling. They asked on pregnancy. Okay, may I ask you another one? What if your daughter walks up to you and told you, Mommy, I do have feelings for any man. That I just love every female that comes close to me. Mommy, and I've made up my mind. This is the life I want to live. Show me love. Don't condemn me. This is what I want. What you gonna do? You will kill yourself. Madam, they ask questions. Anybody they give idea. African mama, where you be, you go cry, you go shout, you go carry yourself up, hit yourself on ground. But will it change the reality on ground? No. I know prayer can change things. At that stage, only love and right modeling. It is well. Long story cut short, what do? Charge the girl to court for being in possession of drugs because I've looked for the man. He went as far as Oyo State. We didn't see him because he's from Oyo State. And he came to my hood to come and destroy children under the watch of the children and parents from that place. You live Oyo, you come Delta, and you succeeded. The guy is smart. He breaks phone, he breaks in, he left no track. The last place we checked was Lagos, and we decided to pipe down and wait for them. Mama, she had no expiration to crime. We go push on. So what happens to this girl? Charge her to court for being in possession of drugs? Of course she takes drugs. There's no doubt about that. She even confessed to it. She takes drugs. At all.
Should I charge her to court? No. There's no law that says you can't charge an underage. They have juvenile prison, correctional center. She's a victim. Has she reasoned well enough to know the difference between the danger of hard drugs and illicit drugs? No. I became confused. For the first time in my long career, I had to be calling. And my commissioner of police then, who is now an AIG, told me, write a letter to Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Women Affairs. So we did write a letter. They took her over into welfare. Remember, there are other people's children that doesn't have parents there. They are not sexually active and they don't take drugs, most of them. So I'm adding problem to their basin. What we did as we directed. 2 weeks after, she went to church with them, their usual practice. And after service, they find this girl, they don't see her again. She has gone back to the only life she knows. Because who failed her? You and I. We failed her. Nigeria happens to her. Because everybody keeps quiet when things are going wrong. I say this with my full chest. By the grace of my Almighty God, I've been privileged to travel to 6 out of 7 continents of the world. Courtesy Rotary. Where my Rotarian brother? I think. My father. Where am I home? I was in a Rotarian. Not the police, but police they send me. In South Korea, different countries, Israel, on courses. That's fine for police. And I've been asking myself, what makes them different? How does it work around that? What is it that is different about them that we cannot fix in our country? Why is policing effective? Why is it that crime rate is lesser? Why is it on the rise in Nigeria? 2 things are identified. There are more, but 2 key things. Everybody is part of their policing system. Una no go leave police for Nigerian police force. Are you kidding? I don't know how to explain to you. God, please give me the right word to use. Una say, Nigerian people live there. Oh, una stop them. I was fortunate to stumble into a post this morning by this Pastor Femi Lazarus. And he said, something came to his spirit. What was that? He said when he was meditating, he remembered some bullies in secondary school and primary school that would scratch their throat. And they will beg you for your food first. If you think you're not giving them to eat, from the breakfast you brought from home, you just and spit in it. So because you reject it, they will carry it. Then it came to him that that's why leadership is not working in Nigeria. We have left everything for governments, including policing, because we feel all of them did bad. He said, but there were brave kids in the class. What do? They will just cut the side when the spit they throw away and continue their food. Case no close. So can we face the bad eggs in every facet of our governance and economy? Deal decisively with them, but do not abandon the structure and the system that God Almighty has given to us. They are bad teachers. They are also good teachers. Can we face the bad one and correct them and praise the good one so that they can continue teaching? They will not japa. Many speakers have said it. Policing is a calling. Just the way a pastor will tell you it was called. Medicine, now calling. Teaching is one of the biggest calling. If you know, say you read geology, I mean medicine, you don't find work, you don't see for a company, you can't go carry certificate, go find work for teaching line. Say at least mama's job. You better have a rebirth today. Because God will demand account from you. Everyone seated here will give account for these children God has given to us, not your biological children, not my 6 kids. Somebody was telling me he has 5 kids just now. I have 6. 6. I'm a leader.
As your head big, they say now the way head big, now they hate the owner of head. So if they said, is it Bill Clinton has a child because it's intentional. He knows what it entails. He won't carry too much problem. And then he won't parent other children on the streets. If you have two, you will not only give account for those two. All of them won't few children because now won't concentrate. The ones in your neighborhood, they are your kids. Believe me. When next you see them improperly dressed like these kids, can you correct them? We don't care the insult that comes. They may not listen to you. It doesn't matter. Can you clear your conscience that you have done yours as a patriotic citizen of Nigeria? Yesterday, after leaving Imo on our way to Warri, I got a call from my children's school that a parent was parking in the wrong place. So the civilian security corrected her. Now, madam, they don't park here. After insulting and beating, she went to police station to go and report. What are you modeling to your children? Do you know what? My colleagues went. Of course. One are not the judges. Not the person carrying case won't tell us. Wait till you go talk, say and insult the person. We are an after the fact organization. We don't know until you tell us. That's why Madam said, when you see something, say something. That's our slogan everywhere. That's how other countries of the world are working. And they know they don't have any other place to call their own, other than their country. They are making it work. Wind down, throw something for London out of your window. Tickets, they wait for you for house. Police know that road. You don't go see them for streets. But the vehicle way they drive follow you. Don't carry your plate number. Don't escalate them. You can just reach out, see your ticket. But in Nigeria, it no consign me. We're not going to find leaders who want nail to the cross when you cannot administer your home. When you cannot look at your child in the face and tell her, this thing you're doing is wrong. The end result of this is destruction. So what do I do to the mother? Charge her to court? She's also a victim. She only gave what she knew, right? Only the one when they commit abortion, now in the prison. Not be so. Not so. But did they learn anything from that story? For parents here, in the voice of Coach Dave, everything na drug. Anything where they affect central nervous system, e.g., alcohol. Do you take your alcohol in the house? Are you part of the ones that will tell your son, now we born you? The example where they give, say, we will tell the story of our forefathers to our children so that when they grow up, they will know that their lineage, people that comes from my family, don't do some kind of things. It's a positive one, but what are you teaching your own children in your homes? Open your mouth, take this drop. Hey! And now you'll be already broke back. We must stop it. Because that's introduction, GST 101. Introduction to drug abuse. He told us a series of stories where parents are the ones that receives the consignment of drugs on behalf of their kids. Really. Rider will come out, carry cake come. Junior, you want cake. They brought your cake home. And buy it yourself. You create a very conducive space in your neck and you put a rope, a sling to that. You deliver. You don't know. We have to be intelligent and smart to handle the generation next. Drugs don't sell. Please, can we get the one of drugs? I want you to see your daughters because they are all our daughters. Please, can we have it? We had to do this advocacy on Facebook. We saw some girls, daughters, now their own was person. You don't see anything with my gender touch. Now fire. If they hold bottle of water, it's part of what we are telling our children in school. Don't beg your classmates for water because you don't know what the father and mother does. You don't know, maybe it's the type that they have taught him or her from home. Don't share with them. It's gone beyond that now. Are you able to get it? I know they are trying. They will be able to get it. It come up. If it comes up, we'll talk about it. It's not in my slide. I sent it separately. It's a video of young girls with different colors of tongue dancing and enjoying the destruction of their life. The danger of addiction is that it's better you don't start than you start and you try to control it. It is difficult. We've had cases in our police station where you bring these people in before taking to rehab, and you see them hitting their heads on the railings in the cell. Blood is gushing out. He's not feeling anything. Have you noticed the rate of mad people that walks our street these days? And I think saying which is always the loss. Abuse of substance. Unfortunately, when you keep quiet and you say, at least my children know they think, that child you train specially will be destroyed by the one when they street. Because who are the pair in one of my slides there? Who are they listening to? Who is mentoring them? Those women that comes to your house, dressed in funny way. Uncles that comes to the house. You know what they drink now at 21 years, nothing below around. The children are loitering around. They are listening. They are hearing it. They feel it's the right way of life. Do we stop our friends from coming to the house? No. What can we do? Can we tell our children immediately they leave? As parents, that, did you see Sister Temi that came just now? You saw what she was wearing. Please, don't ever be that kind of person. Do you know why I allowed her to come to the house? So that you will see. How did you feel when you saw her dressed like that? Definitely your daughter will tell you that. Well, they dress like that these days. They won't tell you it's repulsive because she didn't see it as such. The social media teaching her, the TikTok teaching her, that's what they wear on it. But you cannot tell her. It's not just what they do, it's what indecent people do. Will I stop talking to her? No. Will you like to show your private area on social media? No. Have you not passed your message across? You saw that uncle drinking that came to the house. You know I brought it out and gave to the person, but that's not the kind of young man I want you to grow to become. Can we style the lives of these children intentionally in that direction? We go from school to school and we tell these children, you need a role model, but it should be a positive one. Unfortunately, for parents in the house, now we destroy this generation. Most of you have songs in your house. CDs that you hide. When I know those pornographic movies, when they hide. These children are smarter than you. They don't talk and tire, nobody repeat them. There's an adage. Leg when you walk fast. Eye when you walk fast. Hold on. It is here. Most times, this content, yes, so I saw the description. These things we play in the house, the role model we mirror to our children, even in school parties, is the reason why they turned out the way they turned out. I would give you the lyrics of a song. Every school will be privileged. By the way, Unmute the Voices and the Nigerian Police Force we've been to over 180 schools around the country. We've been to communities because we know if you go to school from now till next year, if you don't talk to the parents, you're in trouble. So we go to worship centers too, to talk to them so that they know their role to play. There's a notorious guy called Charlie Poppy. Every child in every school knows that song. Just tell them that. How many of you know this Charlie Poppy song? They say, hey, see our daughters. Watch them. Thank you. Oh. The first line of the Charlie Poppy song. See our daughters. Who won this one? Not be waiting. Then, at the end of this video, you will see an old woman, 7 dead. See a baby. See this? You see that little boy? What is he talking? See the baby they are holding in hand. Who failed this generation? When I go see one old woman, the generation of our models that we always refer to, she did it.
Sit down, sit down. It's unfortunate. They're not sure, huh? A child came first. We have to join. This is a call to action. Why I showed this? The caption we have on it. A call to action. Stem the tide of holy drugs abuse. We sound the alarm. A clarion call to all. A generation fitters on the brink of great fall. Poly drug abuse, a scourge that spread its powers, threatening to confuse and consume our youth one after all. Tramadol, crack, cocaine, crystal meth, deadly trinity, enticing our young with fleeting ecstasy. But the cost is high, the damage fast. That music, they are dancing alongside. I will read the song for you, the line of the song. See one woman. Studio, please let me hold it. We must act now with urgency and mind to rescue our youth from this darkest night. Rehabilitation, a journey long and hard. But with collective efforts, we can stem the tide and heal the scar. To all we employ, join the fight. Report drug dealers. Shine your light. For the consequence of silence at the end. And true, they may sell to one of ours, a family member, a friend, and or you. Let us unite to save our generation from the claws of holy drugs abuse and its devastation. All hands must be on deck. Let us work as one now. Not be saying that police they go collect returns. Who be the policeman when they go collect returns? Stop being our children. They don't take drugs inside our house. Una complain. I be when they join police. Una don't say they take drugs for your neighborhood. Why you know what I go where they do screening say I know this boy for you. If you join police, you go there expose or leak your secrets when una won't go on raid. You are not witches and wizards. I say it in every way I'm privileged to talk. Police officers are people little is given to and big thing is expected from. And I say this with all sense of responsibility that only a nation that wants to crash land puts its security in the hand of a criminal. That's what we see around here. If you're a political talk, when it's time for recruitment, they recommend you with a letter. And you go into the Nigerian police force. Not be talk, you go pay for police. I tell our children in schools, I say, they hear, I said, who you think say they do am? Agbero, they are from your homes. Who they here when you get relation with the police? They are from your homes. Now, this one actually, on our great grace in and vocation. That's school. Mama win. Waiting on our race, like that pikin now, where they see adults, they take drugs. No, now give us. We recruit them. We give them gun. They are serving you. It's called community policing. Can we join hands together when we see something going wrong in our neighborhood to say, enough, we have gone this far, we can't go further. I will not give you this microphone, Oga, until everybody here will promise me that when they see something, they will say something so that we can do something together. Apart from that, on the side of our children, can you celebrate them alike like everybody has said? We have a write-up, a child came. That's the second one, you can see it. A child came first in class with 52%. Now it's called down, but now people are all best for your own class. They are looking for it to go see him. And his mom was celebrating him so loudly. Meanwhile, the daughter of same woman in another class, another school, scored 79%, but took 10th position. Guess which child she called brilliant? The one that came out
with first position? Can we stop attaching importance to negativity? If you see the picture and how sad, maybe they will see it before I drop the microphone. You need to see how sad the 10th position was looking while mommy was hugging the 59% first from class. The time to make a change is now. Talking about our children and things that have been happening to them back to back, I must say this in closing. Parents, please be present. We are absent. A lot of things are happening to our kids under our watch. And teachers, please, can you check the countenance of those children? Elena came to school yesterday looking vibrant and happy. Today, said Elena is in school looking crestfallen and sad. Can you be a community mother by asking questions? Honey, how are you today? How's your dad at home? Hope they are doing well. Why are you not looking happy? You know I'm your mother. You can talk to me. They will open up. We have a story that time might not permit us to take of a 9-year-old child going on 10 that the parents told, go and learn how to bag hair. And this boy, the first day, you said, go and learn how to bag as a side hustle. You didn't tell this child what barbing entails, that it's using clipper or scissors to trim hair. Drop your bag and go and learn. The boy carry bag go Baba workshop. On getting the Baba say go drop a bag for house, he go drop am. Number one, failure of parenting. Number two, he got there. The Baba brought out his phone. When I see this guy, I don't like his face. He brought out his phone. And the next thing, the Baba was showing this young man pornographic content of a man and a man making out, having sex on his phone. Remember, Daddy and Mommy didn't say what babbling entails. That's the kind of parenting we are doing. Then, Baba asked the question, do you like this video I showed you? The boy said yes. He will condemn him very well. He's his new master. So he must want to please the new master. Most of us did the same thing. Then the Baba said, should we practice it? The boy said yes. The Baba dragged him to the inner room, attached to the shop, brought out Vaseline, loaded his penis, and inserted in the boy's anus. Yes, please. True life story. January last year. And this abuse continued. Of course, a child that said he screamed. The papa, mama asked her from village, reach my police station. Tell us, who taught you this thing? The boy don't talk to them. Why? Why don't talk to them? Were you talking to them before? Were you asking them questions? Are you their friend? Is there a relationship? Una creates bond between una and our children. The answer is no. You're just like visiting father and mother. This boy was molested for 2 years. 2023 January till 2024 December 30th. He went to visit his grandmother. 48 hours. The grandmother said, hey, you dey take penis chase all my grandchildren about this village. Papa, mama can't carry your pikin. So they went to carry, they were wondering, where did you learn it? He didn't answer them. At my station, I just told him, little kind words. As teachers, parents, kind words. Don't throw them away. I just said, obviously, when I know they follow and talk with love before. Do you want to talk to me in the absence of your parents? I saw his eyes, he didn't answer. So I said, go to the reception, Mama. I told him, I said, we have failed you. The first thing I did was to add myself to the generation that failed him because we failed them. I said, well, talk to me. If you don't want to tell Daddy and Mommy, I won't tell them. And this boy opened up and told me this story, how he told the guy that he likes it. See the first position. See 10th position. See the way they don't kill the morale of this girl with tears in eyes. And she's called 79. It's called 52% under the thing. And ignorance, darker than night. As I was saying, this boy opened up how every day he comes from school, drops his bag, and goes to collect pennies. So, I asked him, do you know, please take this down, do you know this is wrong? He doesn't even know if it's wrong or right. Because Daddy and Mommy said, go and learn how to barb hair.
Probably that is the babbing of air. So we took him to the hospital. Number one bad story. The anus muscle was so weak that he cannot hold poo. When he thinks about pooing, poo comes out. So he may have to wear diaper all the days of his life. Number two story for a child of 12 years. He was 9 plus when this started, or almost 9. He was just about 12 on the 2nd of January 2025 when this was reported. The blood work was done and the boy was found living with HIV. Father, mother tested negative. And the doctor insisted that we need to bring the pedophile to the police station, to the hospital. We took the pedophile to the Pan General Hospital. Unfortunately, it was positive. Where is he? Okere prison. What of the child? What becomes of him? If somebody that heard him scream the first day the beast inserted his penis in this boy's anus and knocked the window, Gababa, where you for 6 months picking when they shout for your room? Maybe the boy will have it singing. If there is a relationship in the home and parents don't back at every slightest provocation, maybe when the parents came back from work, he will have said, Mommy, I went to the place you said I should learn. See what we learned today. What we tell them is that they talk too much. We shut them up. That's why we have that advocacy movement, unmute the voices. Every child deserves to be heard. Let them speak. In one of the schools we went to, we discovered, must have seen it on social media, a father having carnal knowledge of the 3 daughters. It was my division. The daughter we met in school is the youngest of the daughters. And she was crying after we left the school. She went to report. They brought her to the station. I said, do you have sisters? They said, yes. I said, call your sisters. Where is your mother? She left. Mama, Papa. See, speakers don't talk and hear. Nobody said you go marry the man who na marry. Una must stay put. Since una don't get sense to reason before you commit yourself and open your legs. You must take the marriage to take care of the product of marriage because you are giving us problems. 85% of suspected persons in police stations are from broken home. Failed home. The first institution of learning. You have failed them. We have failed them. When we brought the sisters and we like, see why your younger sister is here? Do you know your father has been doing this? I saw the sisters were crying. I was like, why are you crying? She's safe with me now. I have a safe space here. Nobody will touch her again. She'll be okay. She's my daughter. And they cancel. He said, Mommy, not like that. He's doing the same thing to us. The eldest is 24 years. The father started at 12. The second is 16 years. The father started at 9. This particular one is 13 years. And the father started when she was 9. Their mother left. She discovered that the father was molesting the first girl and left them inside molestation. Now we forced you, Mariam. Now we enter the house, she's going to say, he is laughing. The time to wake up and shine our light is now. Let's be part of this generation. Let us know that what happens to one happens to all. You can't be training yours. You don't know the person that they will meet on the streets tomorrow that will teach them. Do you know what happens to these children when you move away from that marriage because it doesn't have money to bring? Do you know what happens? They get to school and they complain to their friends because they are freer with their friends than with you. And the friend will look at them, oh, just happening. Congratulations. My mom packed and left my dad. And I've been living with my dad for the past 4 or 5 years now. But I'll give you something that made me feel good. And I could live with it. And he puts hand in his pocket and brings out that blue tablet and puts in the tongue. He forgets that moment. When is that so? Drug addiction has started because you cannot take a nonsense. You cannot take his nonsense. You cannot take the verbal abuse. You cannot take una to complain for word una creates. Thank you so much for listening. I wish we had more time.
Parents, please be present. We love you from here, and we encourage you. Shine your light, Nigerians. Be a part of policing. Oh, my. Thank you so much.
Wow. Shine the light. You don't want to shine the light with what you've heard? Say it loud and clear. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. Please, let's give a Train the Trainer Summit salute to our CSP. 1 to go. Thank you. Thank you so much. Benin City, have you learned something today? Please, multimedia, display our social handles. We're winding down now. Display our social handles, the Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp channels. I want to say a very big warm welcome to the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Education in Edo State, Mrs. Edith Ebomoyi, represented by Mrs. Soken Irene Uyigwe, Registrar Examination. Please give a big warm welcome. I think you're behind her. Wow, thank you so much for coming. And we have all the way from Delta State, from the Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, Lady Judith Ojewe Wanchukwu, Chairman, Delta State. Wow, thank you so very much, man, for coming. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have just one tiny task left. Where's our handles? Put the social media pages on. Let's just get something. Let's get something. Uh-oh. We don't have it? Okay. The NOA director, state director, thank you very much for a job well done. Let's give him a big hand. There he is. NUT, Nigerian Union of Teachers. Thank you so much, sir. Edo State Chapter. I mean, the list is long on this very special item. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma. Thank you, sir. All right, now, this is our channel. Many of you have sent us a message on WhatsApp because we're not seeing the feedback. Ooh, you've sent us a message on WhatsApp. Look, the hands are so few. Please send us a message on WhatsApp right now. Our WhatsApp number is 0811 889 9848. Okay, let me call it again. 0811 889 9848. Send the message, shine the light, Benin City. And we'll know that you're from here and we'll interact with you. We have a lot of things to share with you via WhatsApp channel. All right, so please do that. Also follow us on Facebook, on Instagram, and on X. Do we have the pledge on the screen? Can we have the pledge? The Train the Trainer Summit pledge. Do we have it? We don't have it. Okay. Okay. You would repeat after me. Are we good? All right. Say to your neighbor, you must shine the light. Say it with conviction. You must shine the light. If you see something, say something. If you see something, ensure you say something. Exactly. So I'm gonna read out this for us, and then all we have to do is just respond to it accordingly. Are we together now? Okay. Here we go. Let us kindly rise, because this pledge, we have to stand up to say it. We stand today. That's why I say you should stand up. Repeat after me. We stand today not to be informed, but to be transformed. We pledge to turn insight into action, knowledge into impact, and training into results. From this moment, we will teach with clarity, lead with courage, and train with purpose. We will raise the standard, multiply value, and refuse mediocrity. What we have learned, we will apply immediately. Who we have become here, we will live out daily. We commit to excellence, consistency, and execution. We commit to building people, shaping futures, and driving change. Look at the next person by your side. Say, this is our charge. Look at the other person. This is our charge. This is our responsibility. Tell your neighbor, say, give me space. This is a serious matter. This is my responsibility. Carry your bag and whatever you came with. This is my moment. Shine the light. Shine the light. Shine the light. Thank you very much. God bless you.
All right, thank you very much. We would like us to take advantage of the photo area. We have a signature wall. We'd like you to sign on it before you leave. But while we do that, we'd like our speakers to come up stage to take pictures with the convener, and then our guests will follow suit as well. So can we have all the speakers to come forward? And after the speakers, we have our guests of NUT once we're done with that. Outside, go to CJ. Outside, you will be done, just bring in. Bigger.